morning, everybody. Welcome to Honkajoki in Finland, Martinhaven, Howridge. Ready for a weekend of action, second weekend, Hal, of Rallyx Nordic. So, you've been here before, and actually, apart from the Finns, you might be the only person in the paddock who has been to this track before. So this is a bit of a venture into the unknown for lots of the drivers.
Free practice yesterday evening was so important, as you say, Martin, for so many of the regular Rallyx contingent who haven't been here. I love coming to new Rallycross venues. Okay, it's a historic venue that's been here a long time, but when it's fresh to so many people, there's such a different vibe in the paddock, isn't there, as we don't get run over by Joni-Pekka Räilä, who is driving in all sorts of categories this weekend, as he has done in the past. That's actually the Toyota Corolla that Olli Lahti drove last year in the finish round at Kimi-ring. But yeah, coming to these venues where the locals know them, but the regular drivers don't necessarily, does mix things up a bit, and it's going to be fascinating because this is a really lovely flowing circuit, and yeah, I think there's a lot of technicality that will take some getting used to.
And that's what we've been hearing from the drivers that haven't been here before, is that they're figuring out now, where are you going to make a difference? And it seems like the Joker lap is going to be, I mean, it always is, but particularly a real key here because it's really easy to mess it up.
Yeah, and the merge is also very late in the lap. The Joker section itself is late in the lap, and the merge is into the final corner. There's big banks on the edge of the circuit. We saw Simon Tiger go off yesterday. I think Tobias Darbach actually went off in the FC2 as well in free practice while they were trying to find the limit. And of course, that's during the first free practice session. As the racing unfolds, we go through the heats today, semi-finals, final, and then that increases exponentially tomorrow, where you're just pushing that bit harder. And I think there's lots of potential for little bits and bobs of drama.
Well, there's lots of potential for change for tomorrow because clear blue skies, scorchy sunshine here on Saturday. The forecast is for 12 hours of rain before Sunday morning. And that's going to mean a very different track to what they experienced today. I mean, this gravel is very fine, and if it gets really soaked, then it's going to be properly polished. So the drivers could be coming back tomorrow to a track that they've never seen.
Yeah, and that's why I love the evolution of Rallycross tracks. We talked when we were commentating together last weekend about how every single lap is different in a Rallycross event because the track's evolving all the time. The gravel's more compact here now than it used to be, for sure, but you still add a little element like water, and the grip is changing all the time, so that'll be fascinating. Just a reference actually to those in the background, Lucas Gabrielsen, who we were hoping to grab a word with, is one of the local heroes. He's gone out actually for his session. We're recording this during Q1 and we're going live in just a few moments for Q2 on air. Tobias Darbach had a brake problem which they struggled to get on top of at the end of last weekend in Tjörp, but they're well on top of that now. And new in the OMSE awning for this weekend behind Martin is Juha Ruktunen, local star, former Finnish champion. He's won at World Championship level, a very, very competent driver, but his first weekend in the FC2, standing in for Nicholas Gronholm, is away on the other side of Finland doing a rally. It's going to be fascinating to see how Juha gets up to speed because he's got the track knowledge, speaks the lingo, all of those things that you need to get up to speed quickly here, but he hasn't been in this series for a little while and he hasn't driven this car before at all until yesterday afternoon. So they're top drivers, and I think when you are a top driver you can adapt quickly, but it's never as straightforward as just jumping in and being exactly on the money. You always want to refine things a little bit, so clearly someone like Ruktunen will be key to this event, seeing how quickly he can get up to speed.
And we saw that with Timmy Hansen, didn't we, a week ago? Knew the venue, brand new to the car, and you saw in the leaps and bounds that he made in terms of his competitive speed, how quickly a really top-class driver can get on terms with something that they've not really experienced before. And he was saying, oh, you know, all right, it's 90% what you're sort of used to in a rallycross machine, but it's those little differences that are going to make you competitive or not. And so that's the key, that little extra 5 or 6% of pace that you've got to find, of familiarity with the machine that you've got to find. And in terms of local knowledge, we've got, you know, a boost to the entry in almost every category with Finnish competitors. So that's going to be really interesting for us and for them to see how they measure up. I mean, that's always a great yardstick, isn't it? You join an international series, and see where you are, how you stack up.
Absolutely, and look at Junior Cross Car this weekend. It's a heavily finished contingent. Some drivers we haven't seen before, lots of regulars. Ministo was super quick last weekend. Hookah was also right in the mix. So it's going to be, obviously they've got that track knowledge. So yeah, be interesting to see how they go. Right, we need to speak to at least one person. So let's jump in here quickly, Martin, as the FC2 cars for open four-wheel drive are all going out. Is Peter
Our timing is
keeping up?
perfect.
Yes, he is.
Everybody is trying to leave as they see us coming.
Let's grab a word with this man as he's getting ready. Lucas Anderson, your first time here. I saw you went full send on the first corner free practice yesterday. What do you make of Honkajoki?
It's a really fun track. You can go full sand and still earn some time, so I think it fits me quite well. Just need to find a bit more pace here. But
I was talking with someone in the paddock earlier about the necessity to learn in Rallycross and to do the groundwork before you step up. You did that extra year in Supercar Lights, led by Joel Kristoffersson, to give you that additional learning. Do you think that grinding really helps when you come to a new circuit like this, because you've gained all of that experience before you stepped up to open four-wheel drive?
yeah, of course. To get as much experience as you can is always better. I think that extra year gave me that little bit push.
You won during the first weekend of Rallyx in Holland. Tjerp was a bit more difficult for you last weekend. How do you feel this weekend can go relative to what you've done so far in your first years in the top class?
I think it can go a bit better than Tjerp. I have a little bit more better feeling here in Tjerp, so yeah, I think it will go great.
Thank you, mate. Well, let you can continue getting ready. Look at all the sun cream. You've got 50, a tiny bottle of 50, a 30, and I don't know what. My maths isn't great, but I think that is 100 factor.
That's 100.
Maybe that's what we need. Hang on, Martin. Sorry, I'm going to run around here quickly to speak to someone else who is a big part of the JC squad, and I'm sure he won't enjoy me popping in. Fredrik Arlin, many viewers will know you as being a wildly fast rally driver. You're wildly fast on a laptop more these days, helping these guys in JC. Just explain a tiny bit about your role here in the Rallyx paddock.
So yeah, since I stopped with my own career, I've started with a lot of driver coaching. So I have this year, let's say, 3 drivers I'm focusing on. So it's Vettel and Carl, and then Adam Gran in the ERC. It's more just an analysis of the driving, trying to really teach them how to drive properly, not take the short steps of maybe overdriving, which maybe will gain you time in the beginning of the career, where it's better to focus on the proper technique, which will feed and give you results maybe later on in the career. So yeah, with Carl I've been working on now with 4 years since it started, and it seems to be working quite well.
The game's changed so much, hasn't it? I guess from when you started your career, there's all this analysis you can do. You're working full time at trying to help these guys improve. It's not just about sitting in the car and driving as fast as you can anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a completely different game since when I started. You know, back then when I did karting, my dad stood and watched on the hill and said, "Yeah, you're losing in this corner. Try this." Whereas now we just take this card into the office and we get all the data black and white. It's also good for the kids, because sometimes they have a own mentality. What will be better? And then you can show them it's not. So it's amazing tool. Also, I think this is why young drivers are up to speed so fast. I mean, Carl, the only rookie, I think this weekend in the senior class, already being top times. You wouldn't be able to do that a couple of years ago, but due to these very nice tools they have, it makes a big difference for the young drivers.
Thank you, Freddie. We'll let you get on. Fascinating insight, Martin. I don't know how much of that you heard, but basically, Fredrik Arlin, super competitive rally driver in his day, now using all of the tools available to teach these young kids, and that's the same across motorsport, isn't it? The world has changed so much. Well,
and of course, these kids grew up on their Wii and their PlayStation, so downloading data and understanding that data is second nature to them. They've grown up in a digital world that you and I didn't. We've sort of adapted to it as we've gone along, but being able to try something and see why it didn't work, that's really key. Knowing that it didn't work is one thing, but why it didn't work is really important, because that's how you massage your driving style. And whether you're on the loose or whether you're on a race circuit, it's exactly the same. The data is absolutely critical, and it just lays everything out. And also, it allows you to compare and contrast. If you've got a young driver who's new to the category or in a different machine, you look at a teammate's data and you can say, okay, he's carrying the braking earlier or later, he's picking up the throttle here and you're not picking it up till here. So you can really learn, not just the old days of going, yeah, I'm absolutely flat through there. Well, that really doesn't help.
And on the other end of the spectrum, you've got open two-wheel drive, which we will see for Q2 in just a few moments. What an amazing job done by all of these northern Sweden residents. Victor Hansen went home on Saturday night from Tjup last weekend and has actually grafted a different engine into his car, which we can talk about in the broadcast. Marcus Norman has solved the oil pressure issues, also in the same team. Simon Tiger's resolved their problems. Incredible effort they've made to not only get here, but to go from Tjup, near Stockholm, all the way to the north of Sweden, solve all their issues, and then come all the way back across into Finland in the space of just a few days. It shows the incredible passion that these guys have for this discipline, and certainly at this level, open two-wheel drive is not about grooming young talent and working with drivers in junior cross car, or about competing at the very top level in open four-wheel drive. These are guys really doing it for the love of the sport in a traditional rallycross class, and it's fantastic to see that effort.
Well, that is the heritage of where Rallycross came from. You design and build and fix your own car, you finance your own car. So when I started watching Rallycross in the 70s, that's exactly what it was. There were Porsches and Beetles and Minis and all sorts of stuff. No factory involvement at all. It was just passion, sweat and blood and guts. And these guys in open two-wheel drive, that's the legacy. They're still doing it. They're still doing it themselves.
But you still see people step up as well. Adam Oman, who just drove past us there, been prolific in open two-wheel drive in recent years, Supernational in Sweden. Now he's in FC2 in open four-wheel drive, and he's doing great in his first year. But we're about to go racing. Let's take a look around this Honkajoki circuit, riding on board to see just what it's about.
Well, this is a new circuit, Hal. You're really the only one who's been here. As we said right at the beginning, most of the drivers, with the exception of our Finnish wildcards, this is going to be a very new lap for them.
Indeed it is. This is Robert Cerner on board. This may have been this morning, looking at the light on the circuit, has indeed cleaned a right-hander into a left. Very similar to some other circuits we've seen, but that's a super long left-hander. You can see that the gravel's already rubbering in, and then a multi-apex long right-hander further on in the lap. Very difficult to get right. That's the Joker split. We're going right into the Joker section. Right and a left. Look at the banks on the outside. We saw a few people in free practice yesterday just running the rear in. We see Cerner just drop the wheel in, squares the car up like hitting a snowbank on Rally Finland. When Rally Finland is run in the winter, of course. Round the final corner to the right, and then the car is all unloaded over to the left as you tip it into the first corner, and you have to keep the throttle in the four-wheel drive car just to keep the rear sliding around. It's a busy lap. On that onboard, you don't really get the whole sense of it, but as we go through Q2 this afternoon, we'll get a much better idea, Martin. I think, this is a track that's really going to suit the Scandinavian drivers.
Long flowing corners. Ollie Eriksson was saying it's a little bit like being in France because it's got long, fast corners. And the Joker lap, which we didn't see there, is actually really quite technical. A little bit like last week, actually controlling the speed on entry. And you talked about the fact that you blend back right at the end of the lap. And that's always a bit of jeopardy there, isn't it? Because everybody's desperate to dash for the line.
I'm all for late Joker laps in rallycross circuits. It keeps the pack together for a long time, and it also spices things up towards the end. And the merge here is akin to some other circuits where you're coming into the final corner side by side, and inevitably as we get to the semi-finals when it really counts, and then the finals in the fight for the podium and for victory, that's where it's going to come down to. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, you probably can't see behind us because of the contrast between the bright sunshine and the little shelter we're under, but actually cloud is coming. So today's sunny morning is going to change during the course of the afternoon. There is forecast to be around 12 hours of rain from sort of 6 o'clock tonight to 6 o'clock tomorrow. And again, drivers saying that is going to totally change the circuit. So it's going to be interesting to see how we fare today. And also you can hear on the microphones clearly the wind has picked up as well. It was very still this morning, but that should help keep the dust down a little bit as well. They've just been watering the track after qualifying 1, before qualifying 2, so we should be getting into our qualifying heats. And talked about newcomers from Finland. Every class has got new Finnish drivers in. We've got 11 in cross car and cross car junior alone. We've got another half a dozen in open two-wheel drive. So and one doing just about everything apart from commentary, which is
Joni-Pekka Raila driving in has so often driven in multiple classes, which is absolutely fantastic. And Raila's one of those drivers with the local knowledge. But after 2 practice sessions, that's one thing Rallycross drivers are incredibly good at. And I know in your world in endurance racing, you actually have a lot of opportunity to get track time. There's a lot of free practice. You can go and test at the same venues. And while the testing is possible here, you get 6 laps of free practice and you're straight into racing. So Rallycross drivers are quite attuned to getting on the money straight away. Of course, when it's a technical venue like this, there are those little idiosyncrasies on every circuit to find. But I do think your Ollie Erikssons, your Ruktonens and co, who are so experienced, you can very quickly switch on a new circuit. And while you might try and find a little bit more with every run, the bulk of what you learn is in that early running. Good example of that is Kenneth Hansen. Back in the early 2000s, he used to say about his best lap being the first lap he ever does on a circuit, because that's when you're pushing the hardest, and then you're just all about refining it a little bit.
Then it's overthinking it a little. Okay, so let's get into Cross Car Junior. And fastest in qualifying Heat 1 this morning, Pitu Matalamaki. 6 newcomers here, all from Finland, it will surprise you to know. And so, in fact, almost everybody in the field is now from Finland. So, from left to right, Anton Manner, Johanna Jililami, Kasper and Wilami Raila. So, the younger Raila siblings. So, Kasper with the Edge Epic, that very different looking nose to the speed cars. We've got Speed Car Wonder, a Speed Car Extreme, and a Speed Car Extreme Junior. And Kasper Raila, the predominantly white car, second in from the right in that Edge Epic, and the first one we've seen out so far this season from the manufacturer. So
great start for Jililami, and that's exactly what you need from that point on the grid, just to maximise into the first corner. And with it being relatively difficult to pass around here, as I get proved immediately wrong with the grip being so variable through turn 2, it's so important to be out front. Of course, the moment a commentator says that it's difficult to overtake, you immediately affect lots of overtakes on track, don't you? Yep. Into the joker for the first time of asking is Raila. Both of the riders actually into the extra route.
So Johanna Jililami leading from Anton Manner, and all 4 of these were 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th in qualifying 1. So they need to find a bit of pace, all of them, to make it into the top 12 at the end of Q3, and that will give them the opportunity to jump up into the semi-finals. Johanna Jililami had a trying day 1 a week ago in Tjöp, but actually had a better time of it in day 2. So, other way around actually, she was 14th on day 1, just missing out on the semis, 16th on day 2. And both Jililami and Kasper Raila, having taken the jokers, let's see what their local knowledge can produce. So Jililami with a purple machine, Anton Manner, number 23 there, predominantly white. Fastest lap so far for Wilami Raila, car number 260. So in another Speed Car Extreme. And you can see in the background, there he goes, as Jililami and Manner take their joker lap. So easy to carry too much speed in, easy to run up the banking on the exit, and you've seen Manner doing exactly that. Really technical joker lap, and joking early has worked for Wilami Raila. Comes across the line in first place, but Kasper did not have such a good run of it. Down in 4th, just comes underneath our commentary position now and across the line at the checkered flag.
Great recovery for Raila after failing to finish Q1 this morning. Just what you need, isn't it? And also not making an amazing start away from the line. So a great salvage effort. And with a best lap of a 39.9, that's significantly faster than the drivers around him. by the tune of a couple of seconds. So yeah, I think we're going to see potentially some faster pace through this session, but certainly that's right up there. And having not finished in the opener, you really need a good time to climb back up the order, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It does look a little quicker. So Kimi Laaksola on the left, and then Patrick Jäilänen, Miska Viitanen and Thomas Lapoti all finish heat. And again, all of these were not, or none of these were competing last week in Tierp in Sweden. So how many treat this as home as opposed to just a finish track? We will have to ascertain a little bit later. Of all the newcomers, Kimi Laaksola on the left-hand side of your picture in the green machine, who gets away very slowly, was actually the quickest in Q1.
Oh, contact in the first corner as we get on top of the visual recognition of these vehicles.
Well, that was Thomas Lapoti, who got away quicker than the green machine of Laaksola, but then managed to drop it nearly. So Patrick Jäilänen and Miska Viitanen.
We've seen that a couple of times, haven't we, now in the opening races, where there's a real variety of grip through the second corner. And look how wide and committed what is the penultimate corner on the circuit as
yes, there's a lot of dust if you venture out wide.
Viitanen gets the nose up the inside, a bit of contact for the lead. Great momentum from the 24 machine.
Well, Kimi Laaksola, recovering from that tardy start, is now back with the top two, and Thomas Lapoti jokering on lap one.
Wide for the leader. This is getting close between the top three, and this will only disaster for the car of Viitanen to follow into the joker. That's the cardinal sin, isn't it, really? When you're quicker than the car behind, you've got the opportunity to use the joker strategy to your advantage, and then following in. Sometimes you just can't avoid that if you're already committed, but I do think here it's a fairly straight split, isn't it, as we've seen so far, and you can at least affect the trajectory of the car without upsetting the balance too much.
Well, you saw the red machine just below the drone there. That's Thomas Lapoti. Had jokered on lap one, came out right behind Jäilänen and Viitanen. And so it's Kimi Laaksola, the green machine on the right-hand side, top right-hand corner of your screen. Jokers now.
Jäilänen still fending off massive pressure from Viitanen into the latter part of this race. Viitanen will be ruining that joker decision as they close on the leader. Lapoti pulls off to the side of the circuit.
Laaksola didn't quite have the overlap that he needed at the end of the joker lap, but he's an awful lot closer to the top two. So Laaksola in third, and that was a 2:15.2 for that heat. But
Jäilänen did a great job to win the race, but ultimately I think Viitanen could have gone a lot quicker had the joker strategy played out a bit better. Clearly difficult to overtake when you've got a lot of pace, but aside from that little bit of contact there, which there was no malice in that either, there's a lot of respect between these junior drivers. Look, there was a lot of opportunity there to stick the nose in and turn around the driver in front. Okay, a little bit more contact than perhaps we suggest. The drone always gives you a different angle on those
the
things,
problem there is, you know, you're out wide, you're trying to make the apex, and there is somebody in there, and it is, you know, with hands devices and full face helmets, your peripheral vision is very limited, but they got away with it this time. Patrick Jäilänen ahead of Miska Viitanen, and Lightning McQueen livery has not been very successful so far this season for anything. Okay. Okay, so our third grid. Timing screen's not working in a commentary position, and the graphics. Here we go. Okay. So again, regulars: Minja Perämäki, Sebastian Isaac-Secha, Alex Antila, and Uni Kangasaho, all of whom were competing last week in Tierp. So Pitu Matalamäki was actually fastest of all the cross car juniors in first qualifying. and will undoubtedly come through. Antila in a different machine from last weekend, because he's in an Edge as well, isn't he? And he was not last weekend. He was in Speedcar Wonder. Alex Antila currently lying second in the standings for Rallyx North. Ivari Manisto, who we will see in the final qualifying heat, is the points leader. So Antila with a change of machine, and you wonder how much damage was done in Tierp to force that.
I'm pretty sure Antila was in the Edge last weekend from memory. I think that's an entry list.
Well, the entry list from last weekend definitely says Speedcar Wonder R.
I think that's throwing you a dummy, to be honest. Great start from etc. Into the lead in the first corner.
Minea Perimaki dropping to the back in that Hughes-coloured machine.
I actually don't think there's a big advantage to pole here, Martin. If you look across the width of the grid, I think it's all about getting the launch, because the first corner is so open. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how that plays out in the other categories, but certainly in junior cross car, if you can make the best start, generally you can hold that, because you can carry the momentum, as Antila Jokers for the first time of asking, you can carry that the momentum towards the outside of the circuit. As long as the outside stays clean, then yeah, that's going to be great. Bit out of shape for Sebastian Ease, etc. into the penultimate corner, runs a bit deep in the final turn, giving Kangasaho a little bit of a look, and Perimaki going very quickly here. That local knowledge, as you were referencing, so valuable to these junior racers, and while we were talking in the pre-show about the super experienced drivers like the Ericssons and the Ruchtenens having all of that ability and experience to draw on and learn tracks quickly, for the juniors actually coming back to somewhere they know will be so powerful.
Because there is the experience of years which they won't have in other places.
I just think the general wherewithal of getting on top of a track quickly, when you've been competing at a high level for a long time, you know what you need to do.
Perimaki on the Joker lap, pulling off midway through. Yeah, when you don't have age on your side, age and experience, local knowledge will balance that out. So Isaac Secha and Kangasaho yet to Joker. Alex Antila, how close is he going to be when they duck into the Joker lap?
Isaac Secha's really improved this season for me. Was very quick last weekend in Tierp, I think finished second on the second day.
He had a tough start to the weekend, didn't he?
Both runs wide, six a wheel in the bank. That's so easy to do in that Joker section. Getting the car stopped is very difficult. A lot of rotation into the latter part. And it's Antila who takes the lead at the merge. Isaac Secha's going to have a look back to the inside. Antila's got it covered in the run to the line. Hard to make a difference there in the final corner. Antila takes it with a 2:12.216, the fastest time so far.
Yep.
By a couple of seconds.
That's nearly 3 seconds quicker than the previous heat. So Antila and Isaac Secha both had runner-up spots.
The critical time, though, is to Ryler, who won the first race.
Yeah.
2 seconds to the good is Antila, who did a 39.3 as his best lap, so quickest lap of the session so far.
So Alex Antila, second in the standings, second place on day one, and then seventh on day two. And Sebastian Isaac Secha was the opposite, seventh on day one, second on day two. So our final group then, Pitu Matalamaki, Ivari Manisto, there's Hukka and Choivio. They were the fastest four in our first qualifying session. And Ivari Manisto, car number 13, the yellow and white, second from left. He is our points leader after the opening race weekend.
Matalamaki was disappointed last weekend. Had the opportunity to do very well on Sunday, and yep, you have days like that, don't you? Yep. We'll be wanting to score good here at home.
8th place and 6th position in the 2 days in Tierp for Matalamaki. Manisto won both finals. Jiri Hukka on the podium on day one, just missed out, 4th place on day two. And Toivio 4th on day one, but only 6th position on day two last week. So it's the third round of Rallyx North 2026. So round 3 and 4 here in Honkajoki. Good even launch, except...
Great start for Toivio on the outside. Hukar shuts the door on the way into the first corner. That's Manisto who rode up the front of Toivio's car. No such problems though for Toivio, who's out front. Hukar also free of that little bit of drama.
Matalamaki getting a little too much rotation there, as was Hukar later in the corner.
Great move though from Matalamaki around the outside.
Not quite sure why Jiri Hukar didn't joker then, having kind of made a bit of a fist of that corner. You would have think, okay, let's try and get the joker out of the way
but
first.
He won't know where Manisto is either, and you don't want to risk coming out side by side with someone potentially. But at the same time, you know Manisto's super quick, so it's a risk you can take. It's not like you're racing against a driver who won't have the ultimate pace.
This is true. So Toivio making the best fist of lap 1, 39.6. That's the fastest lap we've had so far. So P2 Matalamaki jumping into the joker lap from second place.
Wide for Hukar into the bank, and he goes over the bank on the outside. Almost rolls the car, keeps it going. How's he going to get back on? Looking for a route is Hukar back onto the circuit. If we look to the left-hand side, I just don't think there's a way through there.
That's properly like an off in a rally car where you end up in a field and then you're looking for a gap in the hedge. So Matthias Toivio happily out front. Matalamaki has jokered, and Jiri Hukar is completely lost. Right, go around that way, and that way. I mean, you literally need a map out there now. Ended up in a different postcode. So
Frederick Arlin from the JC squad trying to offer some co-driving advice, but not possible from that juncture to get back on. What a shame for
He's actually
Hukar.
on the motocross track. He is on the motocross track, so which is...
Toivio crosses the line with a fastest lap of the race at the end for Matalamaki in a recovery drive, but Toivio's time of a 2:10.4 again takes the fastest time down by a couple of seconds to win the session at home, largely due to a brilliant start around the outside. Stay clear of the drama. This is where Manisto and Hukar ran up the rear of Hukar. I don't think any blame will be apportioned. Did Hukar shut the door too aggressively? Difficult to say. Matalamaki's there on the inside. There's a bit of contact. Very lucky not to break the steering on Matalamaki's car. Look at the deflection in the wheel. That certainly won't have helped the geometry. And this is Jiri Hukar. Carries so much speed into the penultimate corner, loses the rear. Look at the brake lights flashing on with the left foot. Goes over the bank, so lucky not to roll. Whew. Turned left and into it. Actually, I think if he'd have turned right and buried the throttle and tried to climb back over, it would have been a potential save, but ultimately could only drive back to the paddock at that stage.
What a great view of that from the drone as well. That's a massive drama. So Matthias Toivio, 2:10.4, the fastest heat, and a 39.09 for P2 Matalamaki. So you can cross that fastest lap out and write another one down. So P2 Matalamaki, fastest lap. What was the... Trying to see what the fastest lap was in the first
Matalamaki done
round.
38.9 earlier on. So as I always say, you can't really compare session to session because you just don't know what the grip levels are like.
Yeah.
You can only be the fastest against the people involved. You may be able to hear a siren. There's a
excellent noises off.
Police vehicle leaving the scene behind us as we go racing for cross car. Vettel on the inside, Rosman, Niemi and Manisto on the outside. Great start for Vettel from pole.
Hitting the front nearly 74, and that is Maiju Niemi, one of our 5 newcomers from Finland here this weekend.
Maiju's done a lot of Rallyx racing in the last few years, missed the first couple of rounds, but she improved dramatically through the junior ranks. In fairness, when she started, she was right at the back and slowly progressed through the order. And having come into senior cross car has immediately taken a big step up in pace. And I think sometimes that extra power, as Rosman's dropped it at the bottom. This is not short drama, is it, here in Honkajoki?
No.
Just with little mistakes. I think that gives a real indication as to the challenge of this circuit.
Well, Rosman made the semi-finals on day 1 in Tiepp, didn't on day 2. Vettel had a very different fortunes on day 1 and day 2 as well.
Ross Malm had that big roll, remember, on at day 2 at Tierp, and really committed towards the end of the lap. He's going to have a look up the inside of Niemi. Niemi comes to the apex at the third of the apexes in that long right-hand corner, carrying the speed into the Joker is Ross Malm. Niemi on the standard lap. You can see a clean line there towards the end of the lap. Get a wheel out of that dirt, and you're going to be on a fast route to the outside, as we saw Yarahuka make that mistake before.
Vettel second on Saturday, and then 17th on Sunday. Didn't even make the semi-finals. Had a wretched day.
Had engine problems on both days, and ultimately had some technical issues that meant it was a real struggle for him on day 2 in Tierp. One, of course, in Valkenswaard earlier in the year, and had brilliant pace towards the end of last season. So very capable is the young Norwegian. But sometimes it just doesn't get your way, does it?
Yeah. Well, you know, you have bad luck at some stage, don't you? Mechanical problems, that's what motorsport is all about. 37.2 for Vettel, the new fastest lap.
And clearly had issues earlier on today. For reference, Jonathan Yulalami had gone quickest with a 36.7 as a best lap in the opening qualifier, but someone like Yulalami, as we see Ross Malm drop it in the background, is going to know this circuit, and that's going to have an advantage in the opening qualifiers for sure.
Tree looking very strong there. So they were the slowest 4 in qualifying heats 1. Vettel from Maiju Niemi. And then Ida Maria Manisto and Charlie Sib and Ross Malm, despite that lurid spin. So move on to our next group. And again, new names to come to you with. Villa Viitane, Konsta Saarinen, Pasi Penttinen and Aleksi Suono all joining in this weekend. Only Jan Sparmans from Latvia was competing last week out of this quintet. So 4 Finns and a Latvian. And the Latvian colours on the number 66 machine of Jan Sparmans will make it easy to pick out. None of the others, particularly white and blue. Everything's blowing away in the commentary position as well, and that's a little change as well. It's actually quite blustery now. Whether that's going to affect how much dust comes back onto the track or not remains to be seen. So Viitane from the inside, 6th quickest in qualifying 1, and getting squeezed up against the rail. And look like Suono going out very wide. The green machine now drops to the back. The bits you can see are green. The rest of it is sort of indeterminate colour. So it's Konsta Saarinen out front. Villa Viitane in 2nd place now. Did he jump in? And you can see Penttinen going by, Baumanis there, as the Latvian still trying to find his feet on this track.
Penttinen double driving this weekend, both in open four-wheel drive in the Ford Fiesta Supercar and in cross car. I always admire anyone that's willing to take that challenge on, because they're such different machines. It's quite difficult to switch the mindset, and Pasi's not the youngest driver in the paddock, and I think the older you get, the harder it is to jump between different equipment.
Although he'd probably say the more you do it, the less of a shock to the system it becomes. Aleksi Suono there with the green highlights, jumping in on the Joker lap. Looked like he over-rotated a little bit on that first sort of left-right chicane. Viitane and Saarinen, with Baumanis now in 3rd place.
Viitane already going quicker than the fastest lap from the previous race, so the times are tumbling with a couple of with one race still to go in this cross car session. Onto the final tour. Bit of smoke from the rear of
oil
Viitane's
smoke
car
coming out of Viitane's car.
Bowmanis on the standard lap on the left-hand side. The gap was 1.2. You can see them flash past in the background. It's such a long joker section here, Martin.
It is, isn't it?
On the inside, Bowmanis hasn't done enough to improve on either position. Sorry, that's Passanen at the joker merge.
That was Passi Penttinen.
Passanen.
Yeah,
Passi Penttinen. It's an amalgamation of various Rallycross drivers.
I know.
The timing screen hadn't updated and still had Bowmanis there in third.
Yeah. Whereas he was in third, but he had to joker that lap as well. So Swono going by Bowmanis. Bowmanis left his joker to the last minute. Came in behind these two leaders, Vihtana and Saarinen. And Passi Penttinen on the inside there with the red highlights, not quite covering them off. Little bit of a worry, there was quite so much oil smoke coming out the exhaust of Ville Vihtana's machine though. But a 2:02 heat, and what was the fastest lap? 36.447 from Alexei Swono.
Be familiar to regular Rallyx viewers, Swono having competed in junior cross car for a number of years, and clearly all that learning in junior cross car when you step up to senior cross car, or cross car as it is ostensibly, is very valuable indeed.
So our fastest five in Q1, Jonathan Yililami, Thomas Eek Mørstad, Carl Svedlund, Espen Isaksetra and Rikke Hukka. So they were the fastest five in that order. Yililami was the quickest of the lot. Total time at 2:01.06.
Good start from Isaksetra in the middle of the grid, but not good enough to get around the outside of Jonathan Yililami. And Martin, I think that's the first time we've seen that the 5-wide start pole matters, whereas previously we'd seen someone make a good start from any of the slots and take the lead. Actually, when the starts are equal at the very front here in cross car, pole is strong into the joker lap for Thomas Eek Mørstad, followed by Rikke Hukka, who had that roll last weekend into big pressure from Svedlund on the rear of Isaksetra, but Jonathan Yililami already starting to pull a gap with the front wheel, hanging in the air through the final corner. Oh, and Yililami's got a problem, pulls off to the outside in the speed car wonder.
Is that, yeah, that looks like a mechanical issue, engine or transmission, one or the other.
Svedlund is all over the back of Espen Isaksetra here. Svedlund, I think, will joker this time around to get out of the traffic. Does indeed go into the alternative extra route on the right-hand side. Look how technical it is there. The other side of the trees, very Finnish landscape, isn't it? Could be Rally Finland with that sort of scenery in the background.
It's a bit Rally Finland getting here as well, isn't it?
Side by side, Svedlund with Hukka, doesn't quite have enough momentum. Very interesting joker merge here. The inside does have an advantage, but just doesn't have the momentum because it's so slow back onto the standard lap. Svedlund is all over the back though of Hukka.
Hukka doing a good job of keeping his speed up and ignoring the presence of Svedlund. Espen Isaksetra jokering this time. You can see the dust trail on the right as we follow the normal lap, and Isaksetra's not going to come out on front, is he? Thomas Eek Mørstad, and Isaksetra disappears almost over the barriers. The big earth banks claim another victim as Thomas Eek Mørstad
does the fastest lap of the session when it mattered most
2 minutes
on the final lap. The 36.1 to do a 1:59.8, massively quicker than the previous best to take victory in Q2.
So in fact, he's the only sub 2 minute driver in the entire place so far. And Jonathan Yililami, who was fastest with that mechanical problem, and then Espen Isaksetra a little bit later on, almost heading off into the wild blue yonder. So there's Svedlund coming in behind Rikke Hukka, and that was going to end up in third place there. On the left-hand side, Isaksetra hits the berms, and yeah, very nearly aviating. You can easily imagine somebody rolling off there. Joker lap here is not a formality by any stretch of the imagination. So the recovery vehicle has gone to collect Jonathan Yililami. So fastest in our first qualifying run, but Thomas Igmerstad, who was just a whisker behind him, just 0.59 slower in first qualifying, goes a lot quicker. 36.1 the fastest lap. What was his fastest lap? 36.3 in first qualifying. So there's a quick recovery for Jonathan Yililami. He was taking a look at the back of the machine. Well, I imagine he actually came up with a gearbox full of neutrals there that sort of had that no smoke but fairly instant stop. So more work for the team to do before they head into Q3.
But hopefully we will see Markus Norman also in the next heat.
So you can hear our track announcer in the background. She's doing sterling work, as you can hear, not only in Finnish for the local audience, but English as well for everybody who does not speak Finnish. Bit of a slack line, there we go. So nice day to come out and sit in the woods spectating. Still t-shirt, not for us undercover, but still t-shirt weather out in the sunshine.
I'm in a t-shirt.
I know you are.
We did brave the
Are you
outside.
hard and northern? I'm a southern softie.
No, I think we're from a similar trajectory, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, we went for dinner last night in the town we're staying in, which is 30 minutes south of here, and the very nice host in the restaurant said, you don't want to sit outside, it's very breezy. We were like, no, evening sun, it'll be fine. I think we lasted 5 minutes.
Oh, we lasted a bit, but then we thought we'd go inside to eat, in case it got blown off the plates. And then pop down to a little sports bar around the corner, watch some World Championship ice hockey. Finland winning over Great Britain 4-0.
What a surprise.
And one of the 4 goals scored by a local hero who frequents the bar, so it was drinks all round on him. Meanwhile, back to the action, and only 3 of our 4 intended cars are here. So we're missing Markus Norman's rotary engine Mercedes, which did go out in Q1. Eric Lidman, star of day 2 last week in Tierp in his M3 BMW, E30 M3, so pucker M3. Bjorn Sture joining us this weekend, the Swede in the Ford Focus, gets a really great launch. And Mikko Lehtinen in the Toyota Starlet. So we now have 2 Toyota Starlets in open 2-wheel drive.
Very prevalent is the Starlet as a platform in Supernational and the Autocross E-Class up here in Finland. And the Finnish drivers will know this circuit well, of course, as we've reiterated in the cross car categories. Open 2-wheel drive, though, very different. And actually, it was interesting to speak to some of the open 2-wheel drive new drivers to this circuit yesterday, the Swedes especially. As Bjorn Sture's got issues and pulls off to the outside. A high rate of attrition here, Martin, in the opening part of the day. But what the 2-wheel drive guys were saying was it's actually really hard on a green track, a fresh track, not only to them, but a fresh track in terms of how the loose circuit is being prepared. Following the cross cars, they're so narrow relative to the big open 2-wheel drive cars that you have to go back and clean the line again. So learning in FP1 is actually quite difficult.
It's like following motorcycles, they don't really clear much of the road for you. So Eric Lidman, now Sture's managed to get the Focus fired up again, or found a gear or something, so he's flying again. Eric Lidman absolutely on it in Q1. And there's the Starlet of Mikko Lehtinen. Lehtinen has jokered. Bjorn Sture in the Ford Focus, continuing. But Eric Lidman, actually now, Lehtinen in the Starlet with the quickest lap, 38.6. Sture jokers, and Eric Lidman yet to do so. So with Lehtinen in that white and blue Starlet with a quicker lap, he's not going to cover
Lidman.
off Lidman, is he?
Lidman, we've struggled to work out the Joker Delta so far here, with only having seen the cross car races, but Lidman had a 4.3 margin into this lap. We only get the sectors as the gaps as they cross the line.
It is about a 4.5 second joker, isn't it? It's quite
I think
big
so. In this
joker
class,
offset.
it is, yeah.
Yeah. And again, as the cars get quicker,
It's so deceptive because it's so long. So you've got obviously the time difference, but also the visual difference, which makes it more difficult to predict, at least, because you're not looking at where the mistake might be made on either element of the circuit. Stör has been a revelation, really, for me in the last year or so in Rallyx, because 2 or 3 years ago we just didn't have the ultimate pace. Last year it was really competitive, and okay, had issues in that one, but sometimes minor changes on the, okay, people might make big changes as well, but sometimes in these open two-wheel drive cars you just need to find one key element that you've been missing, and all of a sudden it can change things dramatically for you.
And that goes not just for your driving, but also for how you're engineering the car, because you're building it yourself and engineering it yourself. So you get a sweet spot in the setup, and suddenly your driving comes alive, and it's a virtuous spiral. So Nico Lehtinen in the Starlet winning that one. Are we going to get a double bubble Starlet win? Because we got Lucas Gabrielsson in his Starlet now, with Maru Sari, Jonni and Simon Tiger. And Tiger's rotary BMW sounding an awful lot healthier than it did at quite a lot of the weekend last weekend in Tierp.
Well, it sounded okay till it didn't it? It was ended in a big fiery mess. Gabrielsson on the inside. Look at the nose of the Starlet. Pick up as he drives away from the line. Jonni tucks in behind ahead of Sari. Tiger not able to release all of the massive power he's got from the BMW. We're struggling a little bit for track zones in commentary here, so I can't hear whether he has any kind of issue at the moment. Gabrielsson leads up front though. Gabrielsson was fastest in the opening practice session yesterday. That little bit of local knowledge coming into good use, although he hadn't raced here for some time when I was chatting to him last weekend. They've had a big issue as well this week in finding the niggle they had last weekend, which was in the electronics, and yeah, electronic issues are tough to find, aren't they? Because it's not like you've split a water pipe, but you can see where the water's coming out, and it was actually a frequency problem as well. So discovering those kind of problems require a lot of patience and a lot of ability. So good job by those guys to get him going for his home race. Jonni drops a wheel into the rear, and then look at that. That's a great example of getting wide on the entry, and then the car just running that little bit deep. Tiger right on the rear now of Jonni, takes the Joker this time around, but we're not seeing the kind of pace we would have expected from Simon Tiger so far.
38.5 for Lucas Gabrielsson. Gabrielsson second in points after last weekend, and the winner of the second final last weekend, Linus Vesterman, who was also runner-up in on day one. He's not here this weekend, so Lucas Gabrielsson carries effectively the points lead. Jonni behind him, Mikko Sari in the Datsun Finn. Not a model, I think, that came to the UK. Not sure what it would have been called in the UK. And Simon Tiger not producing the pace. 43-second lap, 40-second lap.
Sari's going to get this done, I think.
Yeah.
With a 4.8 second. Just needs a clean run through these couple of corners. Can be very close with Gabrielsson. Great run through the Joker from Lucas Gabrielsson. Gets the car stopped. Needs to get the power down around the outside. Sari looks to the inside. Gabrielsson drives to the line. Solid job through the Joker section for Lucas Gabrielsson. I really thought that Sari had that done.
Looked like it, didn't it? And then Gabrielsson just came alive, and that's the technical nature of that Joker lap. If you get it right, you absolutely fly, but it's very easy to mess it up. Not the actual phrase drivers use. So on the inside, Lucas Gabrielsson. Beside him was Mikko Sari, and then Jonni in the big BMW, and Simon Tiger actually ended up in third place after Jonni made his mistake. And there at the blend, Lucas Gabrielsson just getting the Starlet in front of the Datsun of Mikko Sari. Datsun, there's a name you haven't heard since the 70s, early 80s. So Lucas Gabrielsson 2:07.2, and that is the fastest run so far from these guys. Eric Lidman, winner of Heat 1, the first run, only 5th fastest at the moment. So again with Joni-Pekka Raiola on the inside, swapping disciplines once more. So these were the fastest four. So tell the story of Victor Johansson, because his Mercedes finished the final on Sunday.
Small touch for Victor Johansson on the run to the first corner. Venäläinen up the inside. Johansson's going to carry the pace around the outside. Jupajärvi has dropped back in this order in his freshly rebuilt Ford Fiesta, but up front, Joni-Pekka Räilä, Martin in the rented Toyota Corolla, absolutely flying. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, the story of the BMW, because it finished the final on Sunday on hybrid drive only.
Saturday. The Mercedes finished the final with only electric motor, having dropped a valve in Q2, made it out for the final, having done enough to qualify. Q3, I think it was, Victor retired from. Yep. That's immaterial, really. The fact is he used the electric powertrain, drove around, grabbed some points in the final, then headed north, as did Tiger and Norman. Managed to graft in a different engine to the car. He's using a Volvo Evo concept now.
Wow.
For this weekend. And is here in Finland. And as we said in the pre-show, look at the flames. We love seeing the flames from Thomas Venäläinen's Datsun Finn. And I would say Venäläinen is producing very competitive pace here relative to what we've seen in recent visits. Was very quick when we first saw Venäläinen in the finish rounds of Rallyx a few years ago, and then hasn't had the ultimate pace on other occasions. I wonder if Johansson's struggling with something, or if it's just the ultimate pace is a bit too hot at the moment. Räilä, though, driving this Toyota Corolla that Olli Lahti has raced in the last few years in events we've seen here. One in Kouvola in the Corolla a couple of years ago.
Datsun getting very, very sideways in the hands of Thomas Venäläinen.
Runs so wide does Räilä on the exit of the Joker. Jupajärvi in the Ford Fiesta looks up the inside of Victor Johansson to the line and is going to take the position in the rebuilt Ford Fiesta. Had a massive roll a couple of years ago in Kouvola, which you can find online, and it's taken a little while to get that car repaired, but it's here and clearly competitive.
That's really interesting. You can actually come out behind on the blend, but if you push enough, you can force a mistake and cut through on the inside. So, good start from Victor Johansson. Didn't seem quite to have the pace all the way through. It was Räilä and Venäläinen first and second. And at the rejoin, Johansson came out ahead of Jonas Jupajärvi. Jupajärvi just unseating him in the final corner. Despite Victor Johansson's Mercedes having the advantage off the Joker. Here we go. So Johansson he gets a bit of a lock up there, runs out onto the loose, and Jupajärvi was able to tighten the line and cut back underneath him. But Joni-Pekka Räilä ahead of Thomas Venäläinen. 205.165. So Räilä quickest in Q1, quickest again in Q2, which then brings us on to our Supercar lights. Robert Svitol's going again for a perfect weekend. Fastest in every session, won both finals last week in Tierp on both days.
Nearly won both finals. Kevin Darback took the second one after that slow puncture for Vittels.
That's right.
As they go three wide into the first corner, Vittels has the inside. Pontus Oskarsson, who was a bit of a reformed driver last weekend over last year, getting forced wide. Lindqvist was quickest in free practice this morning and is hot on the heels of Robert Vittels. Lindqvist has really impressed me this season, having stepped up from cross car last year. Oskarsson Jokers for this first time of asking, and wasn't Darback delighted to get that win last week, having battled through a few problems so far this year. Got horsed off in the opening weekend in Holland,
and now
the ultimate curse. I'm sorry, Kevin, but that's happened a few times in this session to different drivers. Darback returns to the paddock. But with the size of the entry here, as long as he can get it sorted for the final, you're going to be on the second row. But probably with a DNF, you're going to be on the second row anyway. So at least the team have got some time to effect repairs. Lindqvist, little hop into the Joker with these lights machines. Quite rear biased on the weight, get the car rotated, just nudges the bank on the outside of the right hander. Now it's all about getting to the apex. Lovely job from the Swede, miles ahead of Pontus Oskarsson at the moment, and now this is all about getting your head down and trying to chase down race leader Robert Vittels.
And he had 6.5 seconds over Pontus Oskarsson at the beginning of that lap, and that played out then. He certainly came very comfortably out ahead of the Joker. So now about Robert Vittels, 36.9, his fastest lap. Last time round, Oskarsson, who had Joker, did a 37.9. So should be no dramas for Robert Vittels, unless he hits the bank and climbs up it and rolls into destruction, which luckily he didn't. But that cost him a lot of time over Alexander Lindqvist. Just enough to take it through to the checkered flag, Robert Vittels, by 0.38 from Lindqvist, and Lindqvist was 0.39 behind him.
2:01.8 is quicker than Vittels' victory in Q1.
Yep. Kevin Darbeck was third in Q1, but was that? Yeah, that was Oskarsson's Joker. That's why he was so far back. Right, we didn't really see that. We were following the leaders as he went off, and then the curse of the commentator dropping Kevin Darbeck out after, well, on the first lap actually. Robert Vittels ahead of Alexander Lindqvist at the line by a whisker less than he was last time round, 0.389, not 0.391. And Pontus Oskarsson, yeah, that fairly dispiriting Joker lap really didn't play him well. Shows again the potential for disaster on the Joker. So into open four-wheel drive. And Lucas Andersson, Romit Siena, Adam Öhman, and Passi Penttinen. So we also had on our entry Ari-Pekka Niemi, but did not start the first qualifying race in his VW Polo and is not starting this one either. Adam Öhman sticks his nose in front. The happy winner on day one in Tierp.
Late on the brakes was Öhman into the first corner. Nearly made it work around the outside, but Penttinen drops it for the second heat in a row. Penttinen retired after a spin in the first corner in the OMC built Ford Fiesta earlier on. Into the Joker for Romit Siena. This time around, Öhman, winner of the Pro-Am final, as you say, Martin, last weekend on day one.
So Siena jokering on lap one, leaving Lucas Andersson ahead of Adam Öhman by over a second.
Öhman is loving four-wheel drive life, isn't he? We saw that last weekend in Tierp as well. Very comfortable with the car moving around. Perhaps not the quickest way, probably the most fun. But needs to tidy it up a little bit to challenge the pace at the front of the order. Penttinen has indeed got going and is coming past our commentary position in the final corner now.
So Penttinen, one of the 5 newcomers that were scheduled to go out. Did Ari-Pekka Niemi do free practice yesterday?
No, not here.
So not here at all.
Penttinen raced this car in Kimi Ring last year as part of Rallyx, and he's back for more double driving this weekend. Saw him just out in the cross car a little bit earlier on. There is the Finn with the Rallyx livery.
Now Romit Siena, who has jokered, is only, or was only 4.8 seconds behind the leader, only 3.4 behind.
Not enough to beat Andersson. If Andersson can do a tidy job through the Joker, I think it's going to be that little bit closer in open four-wheel drive.
Should slot in front of Öhman, but very close to covering off Lucas Andersson.
You just carry so much momentum out of the Joker, don't you, that it does indeed make a difference. Andersson stops the clock first, fastest up of the race for Romit Siena. A 2:01.9 though for Andersson.
And a second spin for Passi Penttinen.
Having a great time.
Testing out all the safety facilities. So away we go from the line. Great launch from Adam Öhman. A little squeeze from Romit Siena. And Lucas Andersson, despite being up against the barriers on the inside, held the line neater and tidier. Passi Penttinen, again, left wheels on the dirt. That's all she wrote. Harmless spin, although I'm sure that gravel bank was looming large in the side window. And again, from Adam Oman, that big slide, just 2 wheels on the loose and you're everywhere. And Lucas Anderson coming off the Joker to just deny Romit Cerner the win. Adam Oman in 3rd, Lassi Penttinen a degree back in 4th place. So Lassi Penttinen, well, shown as being 45 seconds back on our timing screen, or DNF. You pick the bones out of that one. So Olli Eriksson on the left-hand side, fastest in Q1. Then Jukka Ritkonen, Simon Olofsson in the centre. Joni-Pekka Raila again. And Tobias Darbach on the right-hand side. So let's see if at least one of the Darbachs manages to evade the curse of the commentator. And Joni-Pekka Raila in a Mitsubishi Mirage. So, good clean launch. Look at the orange nose of Raila. Covers across the nose of Olli Eriksson to take the lead.
Darbach forced wide by Olofsson on the outside of the first corner as the cars run deep there in that super quick right-hander. Raila up front in the little Mirage that's been developed over quite a long period now. Olli Eriksson's going to joker on the opening lap, and perfectly for him. Tobias Darbach, who suffered a lot of issues on the second day in Tjörp just a week ago, follows him in. That means Eriksson's not going to come out behind Darbach and risk getting caught up in his hunt to get back to the front of the order. Olofsson, we know, is quick enough, multiple champion in the Supercar Lights category. First start of the year in FC2. Last year was so shocked by the uptake in pace at the highest level relative to a lights machine, but he's well on top of it now as Olofsson gets a bit deep there in the long right-hander. Doesn't joker this time around. His sister, Sandra Holgren, on the radio, but Eriksson is not close enough to being held up. 4.1 seconds the gap Eriksson is.
That's going to be close if Oliver Eriksson can put in a quick lap, and he may well cover them off. Raila, Ritkonen and Olofsson, you're 1, 2, 3.
3.9 the gap now, Olli Eriksson. He's going to get this done if he can keep this pace up. Ritkonen just shy. Olofsson's dropped it at the end of the straight. That's going to help Eriksson out a little bit more. Gets it going, drives through the gravel.
Very, very dirty offline, isn't it? So
into the joker goes Joni-Pekka Raila, runs the car wide, just touches the bank on the outside, gets it stopped for the left-hander. Eriksson's on the inside and is going to get this done. No, he's not. Raila carries great pace out of the joker. Eriksson looks to the inside and the drive to the line, but Raila is going to take victory in this final race of open four-wheel drive as Eriksson runs very deep. The time is 2 minutes dead. Nearly 2 seconds quicker than Lucas Anderson. I really thought Eriksson had got that done, Martin.
On the lap where the others jokered, he was 2 sideways. He lost nearly a second on his previous lap, which was his fastest. So Olli Eriksson did have them covered off, but just got 2 sideways. So Eriksson just drifting away a little bit, and that's what cost him the win. And Joni-Pekka Raila able to keep his nose clean and tight. And there at the rejoin, again, just a little too much opposite from Eriksson. And again, very sideways there, Olli Eriksson. He was fastest on top of the pile in Q1, but it's Joni-Pekka Raila who takes it this time, 2 minutes 0.0. And that's not quite as quick as their first heat, actually, which are 1:59. But Raila from Eriksson and Ritkonen on top in open four-wheel drive. So a little bit of track preparation going on, sweeping some more dirt online or offline, whatever.
I'd like it to be more online, and then that does spice things up a bit.
I think it's spicy enough. It's very, very much a narrow racing line. I mean, super narrow. If you get you know, not even half a car length off, then you're suddenly in a massive slide and off into the dirt.
But the grip's quite consistent, I think, as well through the first couple of corners, and that's why you're able to make these alternative grid slots work. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out after they've cleaned the circuit. We're going for a very short break. We'll be back in 28 or 27 minutes for Q3 at 13:45 local time. Stay with us.
And Hal getting ready for final qualifying, and in Cross Car Junior and Cross Car, we're looking not necessarily at who's fastest, but actually who's going to make the semi-finals, because there are half a dozen drivers who are not going to get through.
Yeah, there's two elements, aren't there? There's those who will or won't make it, but it also, we shouldn't disregard the front of the order either, because as we saw with that 5-wide start in Q2, for those that were watching earlier on, when the start's equal, pole is actually very powerful. So, yes, if you make a good start and the others don't, there is the width in the first corner here in Honkajoki to make it work, unlike some other venues. But you do want as good a grid position as you can get for your semi or your final, depending on what category you're in. So there's a lot to play for. What you don't want to be is probably back row, maybe inside, because I think there is an opportunity on the outside from the back row here. Of course, that all goes out the window the moment you make any plans, and everyone gets all squeezed together in turn one. But
the moment Hal mentions it and your engine stops.
Exactly that. But yes, it's critical that that you make the semis, but there's a lot to play for across the board, because you do want to qualify as well as you can, and there's points available as well. You know, it's complicated, this game.
It is, isn't it? Everything to play for. Okay, so here we go. Kasper Ryler on the left-hand side, Thomas Lapati, Minea Perämäki and Jiri Hukka. These are the four in the first of our Q3 races. And again, in Cross Car Junior, we have 4 drivers currently outside the top half dozen. Johanna Jylilami, Anton Manner, Kasper Ryler, and will get away. Kasper Ryler as Jiri Hukka hits the front. Kasper Ryler had a decent start, but Thomas Lapati, 95, the Lightning McQueen colours, in second place.
Here the car's on the limiter now. We've got track sounds in our headset. You can really hear that over the racing earlier on, and it just shows how long they're in the throttle actually out of turn 2, Martin, because you carry that much momentum at this circuit that you're high in the rev range already before you get into the long straight. Perämäki into the Joker for the first time asking, having retired earlier on.
Yeah, retired in the second qualifying race. Had a good run through in the first one though, so still in the top 12, but must make this one count. If you get 2 DNFs, then you're really going to struggle to make it through in this 16-strong field. So Jiri Hukka with the familiar blue and yellow out front from Thomas Lapati. The wind blowing everything all over the place. It's keeping the dust down, which is good for these drivers. And there with the Edge Epic, Kasper Ryler drifting out wide. Minea Perämäki comes through on the inside. That Speedcar Extreme Junior. And there's the Speedcar wonder of Jiri Hukka. Hukka on the podium on day 1 in Sweden last weekend.
Immediately competitive lap times. Hukka has done a 39.0. It was a 39.0 that Mäklämäki did as the fastest lap of the session in the previous run. Of course, Hukka may well have had that pace in him, but went for that detour over the bank and could literally find no way back onto the circuit. So yeah, maybe that pace did exist, and Hukka now delivering that. The track drier than it was earlier on. It was heavily watered before Q2, clearly much drier. Now in the Joker lap section is Jiri Hukka comfortably in the lead.
Both of them actually, Lapati coming out ahead of Perämäki as well. And Jiri Hukka third fastest in the first qualifying round. And as you said, went over the bank on the outside of the circuit, actually ended up in the motocross track, and it took him some while to find his way back to the paddock, but the pace is there on the outside. Jiri Hukka.
Perämäki does the fastest lap there with a 38.6, so the circuit clearly quicker now than it was.
So Perämäki here going underneath Kasper Ryler, one of the 3 Rylers competing here this weekend. Perämäki jokered on lap 1, nearly worked for him, but he ended up getting the fastest lap. But Perämäki was very slow away from the line, so that's something he's going to have to focus on. Jiri Hukka taking the top spot there from Thomas Lapati, Minea Perämäki, and both Hukka and Perämäki should make it through. On the bubble is Williami Ryler, and so with Johanna Jylilami, that's going to be interesting now. Jylilami in this second one. So Kimi Laaksola on the inside, Johanna Jylilami, and then Ivara Manisto. And Manor on the outside. Anton Manor currently in 14th place. Was 12th quickest, got quicker in the second qualifying heats than he did in the first.
Ja näin alkaa olla kaikki valmista. Laaksola, Ylilammi, Männistö ja Manne.
Excellent. We now got the circuit commentator with an echo
Yes,
in our ears, as well as coming through raw. So Kimi Laaksola on the inside with the green highlights. Really strong start. Johanna Ylilami squeezed up against the barriers as Anton Manor went around the outside. Ylilami down to third place, down to fourth. Ilvera Manisto going by as well. Manisto with the yellow and white. And Manisto quick in the first run through qualifying, but had problems in the second, only 11th fastest. Jokers now, so does Johanna Ylilami. So Kimi Laaksola stays out front from Anton Manor. Laaksola should have the local knowledge to carry through. Ivani Manisto ahead of Johanna Ylilami, having both jokered. What's the gap back from the leaders? It is 3.8 seconds to Manisto in third.
A lot of understeer for Mane through that long left-hander. Manisto well on top of the car with a lovely rotation and closing down the gap very quickly, as you say. Listen to the rev limiter bounces. It's you cannot extract any more at that point. 3.8 seconds the gap was last time around between Manisto and Laaksola. I suspect that's going to be a little bit closer now as they cross the line. What is the gap? 2.6, so a 1.2 seconds gain for Manisto, who's on a flyer.
And in fact is in danger of catching Anton Manor and getting held up here, although he does actually drift out wide. The third car in your shot there.
Manor will joker this time around, so Manisto stays in the throttle.
Has to, and Manisto has enough to cover off Laaksola. Young Finn very sideways. Anton Manor behind as well. And Ivari Manisto coming out almost with the advantage that he had as a deficit last time round. That's got to be getting on for 2 seconds lead for Ivari Manisto. Kimi Laaksola 2.3 seconds in front, so that was a massive turnaround.
Great consistency for Manisto as well. 38.5 and a 38.7 on the last 2 laps of that race. Of course, the early joker would have meant that that initial lap was slower anyway, so great consistency, which is hard when the track has such changeable grip.
Manisto going from inside to outside into turn 1 and then into the second corner, slipping through on the inside as well, getting ahead of Johanna Ylilami. Ylilami currently 13th. Needs that speed to hold up. She didn't really have the pace here. And Johanna Ylilami is 7th for our 8 qualifiers so far. Maybe in danger of not making it through. Anton Manor just ahead of her was also in the drop zone potentially for not making the semis. So, moving on into our third grid. Still with Cross Car Junior. And Oni Kangasaho on the inside from newcomer. This is Ryla with Jalainen and Viitanen. Oh, not a great start for Wilami Ryla, but a strong start from Patrick Jalainen, and Miska Viitanen goes around the outside with the orange highlights to take the lead. And again, drifting out wide is going to cost you so much time. Even with these small cross-car chassis, 2 wheels offline and on the loose, and you're drifting away speed. So Kangasaho, Ryla rather, after that disappointing start from third place jokers. Speedy work by the marshal to recover a little bit of body work from the first corner. Miska Viitanen making the good start, 39.5 first lap, everybody else in the 40s, 41s. And Ryler 44 second lap after jokering that time round. So does Viitanen go in this time? No, carries on.
Busy weekend for the Ryler family, isn't it? With both of the kids, as we'll call them, in junior cross car. Joni-Pekka driving in both open two-wheel drive and open four-wheel drive, as we saw in Q1.
Just about every category covered.
A lot of data collected as well. I'm sure that that's to your advantage, isn't it? Oh, and there's a spin.
That's Miska Viitanen, the leader. Binned it in the final corner and has yet to joker. And so 260, Wilami Ryler out front. They are long, fast corners here, aren't they? You can hear they just absolutely run out of gear and run out of revs in these cross cars.
Look at the complexity of that long right-hander. That high drone shot really gives an indication as to just how tough it is. You can't just turn in and commit because you've got a second apex to deal with and then a third, so close to that tyre ball on the inside. But got away with it. That's the sort of position you need.
So it's going to be Ryler who takes it from Jailinen. Oh, it's Viitanen take it from Ryler. Oh, so Jailinen who spun, misidentifying these newcomers.
Viitanen not as quick as Monisto was in the previous race. Monisto could be tough to beat here, depending on what happens as we get to the sharpest end of junior cross car.
Yeah, Viitanen ended up just a whisker ahead of Jari Hukka, second fastest. That's where the contact was in the first corner, losing a bit of mudguard. Very easy. Look how much rubber is down, and yet still easy to over-rotate these things.
That rubber could be an Achilles heel though tomorrow. If it does rain as forecasted overnight, the on the line could be incredibly slippery indeed.
Yes. So Wilami Ryler in second place behind Miska Viitanen. And Onikan Gasaho third, 3 seconds back. Jalainen with that spin, giving away 10 seconds there. It took a long time to recover from that. So Miska Viitanen with 2:10.9.1, 2:10.9.3, Jari Hukka second quickest, but Ivari Manisto still fastest of all. So on pole is Matthias Toivio. P2 Matalamäki fastest and second fastest. Toivio fourth fastest in Q1, fastest of all in Q2. Alex Antila seventh and third quickest. And Sebastian Isaacsetra sixth and fourth quickest. So with the exception of Matalamäki, all of them have got quicker in the second round of qualifying. Matalamäki got a little slower. He's dropped down to third as Isaacsetra almost spins it away.
It is getting slipperier offline, isn't it? And yeah, I'm much more in favour of the grip being reasonably consistent, and then you can try those outside things without losing out too badly. A bit out of shape for Antila. It's nothing to do with the grip, just a little bit over-rotated for the Finn.
You can see how polished the tarmac is and the loose-in places with so much rubber down. So it is Matthias Toivio who leads. To Matalamäki, and there is Alex Antila. So has Isaacsetra undone himself? He's quite a long way back. 6.8 seconds behind Matthias Toivio. Matalamäki jokers this lap, so does Antila. So
interesting to see the lap time of Toivio at the end of this tour.
Antila was nearly 4 seconds ahead of Isaacsetra and comes out just in front of Sebastian Isaacsetra. So he had just enough, a neat and tidy joker. You can see Isaacsetra riding the berm on the inside of that final left-hander before the blend.
Toivio's not going quicker at the moment than Monisto went in the previous race, so Monisto could well be on for a fastest time here. Toivio goes into the joker for the final time of asking. Toivio 5 seconds behind Matt Lamaki in the overall standing, 5 points behind Matt Lamaki in the overall standing, sorry. So could do with a strong points haul here. It does indeed come out ahead of Matt Lamaki at the merge. Needs to keep it nice and tidy, drives for the line. The time is going to be a 209.671. He's going to miss out on the fastest time of the session by 0.03 of a second to Manisto. So while the ultimate pace wasn't there, was very consistent, and a quick joker from Toivio. Great job, but just misses out on the fastest time.
Toivio on the inside, fastest in the second round of qualifying, a 2:10.4 race, and that was a 2:09.6 race, so very nearly a full second quicker for the 3 laps. Toivio not quite with the fastest lap, and in fact in that one, Pito Matalamaki, a 38.6, his fastest lap compared to 38.8 of Mateus Toivio.
Both slower than Manisto though, and that was critical to the overall positions. And Matt Lamaki, 3rd overall, I think, yes, confirmed by the timing screen. So Matt Lamaki in 3rd will drop 3 qualifying points to Toivio, but that's still going to be enough to sit top of the intermediate classification and take pole in the first of our semi-finals later on.
So there you go, Mateus Toivio coming out on top of the pile, but Pito Matalamaki with the advantage. So that's Cross Car Junior moving straight into identical looking machines in Cross Car. And again with a field of 14 here, including our newcomers from the Finnish contingent, 5 of those. So Maiju Niemi on the inside. Ida Maria Manisto with the yellow highlights, not making a quick getaway and really trying to close the door wildly. Charlie Sebon Rosamalm.
Yulalami forced out wide, gets the momentum going around the outside, manages to hold on to the lead. That was big contact between Niemi on the inside and Yulalami on the outside. Yulalami, of course, looking to make up for lost ground after stopping earlier on. Was quickest in the opening qualifier earlier on. Rossmalm also ran into trouble, was just as I said what a great job Rossmalm was doing in Q2, but this is Yulalami's opportunity, and had to get the job done there in the opening corner, Martin, to be able to get out front and get the hammer down to try and make up for that lost time earlier on.
Yeah, taking no prisoners. Maiju Niemi drifting out wide there, just a little ahead of Ida Maria Manisto, and Rossmalm jokering on that lap. So Jonathan Yililami, 4th in the points so far, needs to make this one work. Manisto dives in. So as Manisto jokers, Yililami stays out, Niemi stays out. And Rossmalm covering off Manisto. So Rossmalm has jokered and comes back on in 4th place. Manisto off the joker lap, very sideways for Niemi. Yililami really needs to control the yaw angles here, not just drift away too much speed. Pulling away from Niemi. 2.5 seconds ahead of Maiju Niemi here at the end of the previous lap, but it looked like it was more than that again. So Jonathan Yililami, where does Niemi come back on? Not ahead of Rossmalm. Yes, ahead of Rossmalm. So Jonathan Yililami quite happy with a 36.6 fastest lap. Rossmalm in 2nd, Niemi and Manisto 3rd and 4th. So Charlie Subon Rossmalm recovering well. Yililami from the outside. A puff of smoke as contact is made wheel to wheel with Maiju Niemi, and then running out wide, but somehow managing to hold that in the next left-hander. All getting very crossed up. Ida Maria Manisto at the back there as they went 3 wide, and Charlie Sebon Rossmalm not being able to keep his nose tight. Maiju Niemi just sliding away, too much pace with Ross Malm jokering on the first lap. But Jonathan Yililami, 2 minutes 2.380. So Ida Maria Manisto and Charlie Sib and Ross Malm may not make it through. Ross Malm looks like there's a chance there. Has to, well, overhauled Maiju Niemi. We'll have to see what the other qualifying races produce.
So many variables at this stage, aren't
So many, yeah. So Vetteletri on the left, Pasi Penttinen, Espen Isak-Setra in the middle, Alexei Suono and Janis Baumanis makes another disappointing getaway as Espen Isak-Setra hits the front. Alexei Suono with the green upper part on the car in second place.
Pulled a wheelie, did Suono away from the line, but actually managed to get the nose to drop and still maintain the traction. So often you see if someone tries to kill the wheelie, they kill all the momentum as well, but did a good job to run second at this stage.
Penttinen jokers. And Vetteletri getting very sideways ahead of Janis Baumanis. Vetteletri struggling 11th in the first round of qualifying, 6th quickest in the second. But Espen Isak-Setra and Alexei Suono out front. 36.59 from Isak-Setra, fastest lap so far. And again, Vetteletri not able to hold a tight line. Janis Baumanis, jokers with him, probably didn't really want to do that.
No, you definitely would have wanted to go again as Baumanis, but once you've committed, from last time I came here, I can't remember how the trajectory is into the joker section. I'd like to see it further back from the drone, because I think there is the potential there to change your mind. But ultimately, that would be the better thing to do, because following in, especially when it's on such a fast, open corner circuit like this, there's no heavy braking zones where you can go for an opportunity up the inside by a big commitment on the brakes into the joker on this final time of asking for Isak-Setra and Suono. Listen to the manipulation of the throttle as they're just changing down the cogs. Hearing a lot of limiter bashing around here as well, where they're just hanging onto the gear rather than changing up, not to unsettle the chassis. Into the final corner for Espen Isak-Setra rather to cross the line. 2 minutes dead. 2 minutes dead 0.6, so that's going to be 2.3 seconds quicker than the previous run. Sebastian Isak-Setra, of course, is in junior cross car.
And Espen Isak-Setra and Alexei Suono comfortably ahead to Vetteletri as they jokered, popping the wheelie there, Alexei Suono. Controlled it nicely behind Espen Isak-Setra, but could not quite match the pace. And then, Janis Baumanis really probably didn't want to come in behind Vetteletri, but was committed at that stage. You sort of almost saw him change his mind, but he didn't. Alexei Suono, well, he wasn't being held up by Espen Isak-Setra, and actually following Isak-Setra all the way. Can't have harmed his pace at all. They had over 6 seconds ahead to Vetteletri, even from second to third.
Baumanis did the fastest lap of the race on the final tour.
Wow.
Which proves that he made the wrong strategic call by following Tree into the joker.
So fastest lap for Janis Baumanis, but Espen Isak-Setra takes victory in the third qualifying round, race 2. So this is cross car rather than the cross car junior that we've seen, and our final race is the fastest. Thomas Ekmerstad on the left with the Norwegian colours, then Rico Hukka, and then Carl Svedland in the centre, Ville Viitanen and Konsta Saarinen, the two newcomers this weekend. Newcomers this season, at least. And again, popping a wheelie, Rico Hukka gets away cleanly. Thomas Ekmerstad being buried there between Svedland and Viitanen. And Saarinen coming out on top as Carl Svedland spins it away.
It's Saarinen, I think, who's dropped it on the outside.
Oh, was that Saarinen spinning? Okay.
Hukka leads up front, Svedland third.
Yep, that is Konsta Saarinen. And
Ekmerstad jokers at the opening opportunity, trying to get out of the traffic and get the hammer down. Ekmerstad's had a fairly varied run of form so far this year. Has been wildly wildly quick as the reigning champion, but has befallen a few issues, dropped it while leading a couple of times, technical problems, that's for getting in chirp. Svedland just losing out on a position to Virtanen. These two going at it. I wonder if there's a yellow flag there, Martin, in the first corner with the car on the outside.
There might have been, because Konsta Saarinen's machine has not moved. Tommy Mørstad is close behind them.
Svedland into the Joker. Yeah, I think there is still a yellow flag flying behind us into the first corner, and that move was indeed in turn one, so I think that might be frowned upon by race director Reynolds Nettis.
He does a lot of frowning upon when people don't obey the flag signals. So Rico Hooker leads, but still to Joker, and his gap over Thomas Mørstad was 4.4. Is that enough? Very possibly not.
It's going to be close at 4.4, isn't it? But Hukar's done the fastest lap of the race so far, so pulling a margin, needs to absolutely nail the Joker section. A lot of rotation done on the way in, nice and tidy. There is Thomas Mørstad on the standard route. Hukar is in the latter part of the long Joker section here.
Oh, they are very nearly side by side, but Mørstad had him covered just. And Rico Hooker, if there are yellow flags, it's not going to be able to make any difference. He wasn't close enough.
Svedland does the fastest lap of the session.
Wow.
Right at the end. Bit of frustration, I guess, with that battle, but Mørstad did a solid job there. Just missed out on the fastest overall lap. Was very consistent on that last run, and Hukar clearly just didn't quite execute the Joker in the same way that Mørstad had done on the opening tour.
It's going to be interesting to see if Konsta Saarinen, after that DNF, actually makes it through. Should probably have enough points. We will have to wait and see. So that's Cross Car Junior and Cross Car qualifying completed. And again, 5 into 1, having a little more trouble going than 4 into 1. Thomas Mørstad not making the best of starts. Rico Hooker did, and then contact behind. And Konsta Saarinen, what looked like a fairly innocuous spin, actually the car never moved after that, so you wonder whether it was a driver error or something mechanical that caused the spin.
There's the yellow flag.
Yeah.
That's a tough call to make, isn't it? Because the move was actually done in the final corner.
And there on the Joker, that's where Rico Hooker did not keep it tidy enough to cut back under Thomas Mørstad. It was going to be very close. If he'd been clean, he might have been on the inside into that long right-hand final corner. But as it was, Mørstad just had him covered. So Thomas Mørstad, 2 minutes 0.5. And Rico Hooker not too far behind. Third fastest, so Espen Isak Sestra, 2 minutes 0.6. 2 minutes 0.8 for Rico Hooker, and Alexei Swerno 2 minutes 1.9. So Swerno in fourth place, over 1.1 seconds behind the third fastest qualifier. So change of pace and a very different look to the machines coming up for our next round of qualifying races as we head from Cross Car and Cross Car Junior into open two-wheel drive. And good to see, after the mechanical carnage that was wrought throughout the weekend in Tierp, so many of our Swedish competitors, for whom Tierp is a long way from home, heading all the way back north, fixing the cars and then heading all the way to Finland as well in the course of just 4 or 5 days. So 12 strong entry in open two-wheel drive. And so far, Joni-Pekka Raila has been fastest in both qualifying runs. Thomas Venäläinen in his Datsun second quickest, and a third quickest for Jonas Juppavaji and for Lucas Gabrielsson. So Victor Johansson, fourth fastest in the first round of qualifying, and Mikko Saari, fourth fastest in the second round. Well, we've only got 2 cars on the grid at the moment. So Eric Lidman and Joni in their 2 BMWs. There they are.
I don't think Marcus Norman is coming, potentially. Didn't show up for...
And maybe
Q2
Bjorn Stera
race.
as well. Stera in the Ford Focus, who sort of had a problem
Yes,
on the
you're
opening lap and then came back. They were both due to be there. So Marcus Norman with that rotary engine, Mercedes CLK not present, nor the Ford Focus of Bjorn Stera. Sounds like our circuit announcer is saying that this is just the 2 cars. Eric Lidman on the left in the E30 BMW M3 and the E36 version of Joni.
Oh, and they both make contact. Both of the drivers in this race at least make contact. Joni gets forced wide around the outside. Did Lidman feel he'd wronged Johnny there and just rolled out the throttle to let him go? It's tricky to say. I know they're very familiar with each other, so perhaps that would be the case. You've got to mix the Joker strategy now. Lidman goes in on the opening lap, and now it's all about both drivers just doing the best job they can. Now this is a shame, Martin, and obviously it's been a late call for Sture not getting to the grid.
Yeah.
Because ideally for the event, we're now down to 10 open 2-wheel drives, so you'd have run 2 grids of 5. But at the same time, this being Rallyx, they'll have wanted to give Sture as much time, and Norman, as much time as possible to potentially be there, and then it's quite hard to manipulate the grid positions. But a 2-car race is, no one comes here for that, and it's through no intention that the races run like that. It's just sometimes circumstance, isn't it? And
just the way it is. Mechanical carnage is part of motorsport, isn't it? So Eric Lidman has jokered, Joni has not, so he still leads in his E36 BMW, and the older version, the E30 shape, the original 4-cylinder BMW M3 shape, Eric Lidman. So Marcus Norman, we hear, is working on the Mercedes, and Bjorn Sture, I mean, he did 2 qualifying runs, so it's not as if he's not here, but...
And with the size of the entry, they've definitely qualified. So producer Carla is letting us know that Marcus Norman will indeed rejoin for the semis. So that's great news.
Well, let's hope Bjorn Sture has a chance as well. So how's this going to work out, Joni or Eric Lidman? Joni comes back out in front by just about a third of a second, quarter of a second, maybe as much as that. Across the line. In the end, Eric Lidman drifting out wide and 9/10 back.
2:08.1 would have been good enough for 6th quickest in Q2, so
yep.
I'd say the time isn't really there. A little bit of contact between the 2 in turn 1. Don't think there was that much time lost when the fastest time in Q2 was a 2:05.1, so it definitely was 3 seconds.
Was there a touch there, or was Joni just a little on the loose?
Well, I just looked down at my paperwork at the moment the replay played, but I'm going to say yes.
It looked as though there could have been his right rear quarter against the left front of Eric Lidman. I'm not entirely convinced there was. Anyway. Either way, they are both through, and hopefully Bjorn Sture and Marcus Norman will be able to join in the semi-finals. We move on next to others who had problems. Victor Johansson on the left in the Mercedes, brand new engine fitted, different engine fitted. Simon Tiger, who had that flaming disappearance out of day 1 last week with a burst oil line, which squirted, of course, it would do directly onto the turbos for his rotary engine. They couldn't get it going in the end. It didn't have oil pressure. Now it is back, and Victor Johansson and Simon Tiger on the outside, battling for the lead. Slipping through Nico Lehtinen in the Toyota, dropping back Nico Lehtinen Toyota Starlet. So Jonas Juppajavi in the Fiesta up into second.
Good job from Johansson. Need to go and see Simon Tiger, because clearly things are not all as they usually are, unless, Martin, they've just turned down the rotary turbo engine in the BMW E30 just to get a little bit more reliability that they didn't have last weekend. albeit the issue they had was actually a split oil line which caused the fire, and then subsequently they lost oil pressure. I think it's very hard to tell at that stage whether you've lost oil pressure because you've thrown a load of oil out, or if that was an ongoing issue that you've then discovered because of the fire. It's tricky, isn't it? But Tiger clearly doesn't have the pace we've seen at other periods.
And it might even be that the oil pressure sensor isn't working properly because of the fire and collateral damage to the wiring. But Victor Johansson stays out front from Simon Tiger. Jupavari has jokered, so too now Nico Lehtinen in that Starlet.
I don't think you'd run any of these cars without an oil pressure sensor working. They've all got soft cuts in the ECUs. It's just too risky, isn't it? The engine's just so fragile and so expensive that one of the modern perks is that you have all of those electronic aids. Then again, this is open two-wheel drive, so who knows?
Well, they've probably hacked those themselves as well, haven't they? Simon Tiger all over the back of Victor Johansson. There's a pretty decent-looking joker lap from Tiger, but Jupavari did a better job. Jupavari did a better job, and he comes out in front with the Fiesta. Johansson, Tiger, and then Nico Lehtinen across the line.
2:05.5, fastest lap of the session so far. Some nearly 3 seconds quicker than Johnny. Good pace from the Fiesta driver.
37.6, that's motoring, isn't it? And Jonas Jupavari, the full Fiesta, third quickest in the first qualifying runs, sixth quickest in the second. He's found that speed again though. Jokered early. Nico Lehtinen followed him through the joker lap as Johansson and Tiger jokered at the last gasp. Tiger carrying a bit more speed in early, but maybe then in that final little left-hand kink not getting the best out of it. Jupavari across the line comfortably in front. So one more qualifying grid to line up, and fastest man in both previous qualifying rounds, Joni-Pekka Raila from Thomas Venäläinen, Lucas Gabrielsen third quickest, and then Mikko Saari, who was actually sixth and then fourth. He will line up with his Datsun on the outside, but having gone fastest, the Fiesta has decided that it's had enough now, and so Jonas Jupavari is awaiting rescue. That's always a bit of a worrying sign. They've either been extremely good with how much fuel they've put in the car, almost to the 100 meters, or something else. My money is on something else, but Jonas Jupavari with that Ford Fiesta is the fastest so far, 2 minutes 5.5. That is 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. Next closest is Victor Johansson in the Mercedes, 2 minutes 7.5, 2 minutes 8.1, another 0.6 back Joni. Simon Tiger 2:8.6, another half second back, fourth quickest so far. I don't want to see anybody going back on the end of a tow rope. So that's another potential question mark to go to add alongside Bjorn Sture and Marcus Norman. 777 Jonas Jupavari. Tow car driver is very good at letting the rope go slack there. It's suboptimal. So Joni-Pekka Raila on your entry lists in a Ford Escort. It's the most Toyota Corolla looking Ford Escort you've seen in a while. Thomas Venäläinen and then Lucas Gabrielsen with the Starlet, and joining them is Mikko Saari with the Datsun Finn on the outside on the right hand side. Again, Starlet pouring the air, but not, Lucas Gabrielsen making contact.
Gabrielsen wide in the first corner, loses a lot of time. Just rubber on rubber as the two wheels connected, nothing that Gabrielsen could do, and now with the pace in this race, this is all about joker strategy, isn't it, to try and get some free air at least for the 2 Datsun fins. Gabrielsen should joker if no one else does. I would stay out now, Lucas, if Sari goes in. Sari does indeed go in the second of the Datsun fins in this race. Venäläinen wide through the penultimate corner.
So Ryler leads it in the Toyota. Venäläinen in second, Gabrielsen in third. Mikko Sari, having jokered, is 5.2 seconds behind the leader, but only 2.2 behind Lucas Gabrielsen.
37.8 lap on the opening tour for Ryler is just a couple of attempts shy of the best lap of the session. Oh, sideways for Venäläinen into the joker route. A late decision there.
Bit of a Scandinavian flick in, but that, as we know, slows you down.
The Smurfmobile, as it's been cottoned in the last few years, drops to the back of the order. Watch it spit flames now on overrun. We just cut away at the wrong moment. Up front though, Ryler driving the Corolla driven by Olli Lahti in the last couple of years is absolutely flying. Fastest lap of the race though for Mikko Sari, 37.4, 2 tenths quicker than the best lap in the previous race.
No front tyre wear for Joni-Pekka Ryler. He barely has the front wheels on the ground at all. He jokers, Gabrielsen has to as well. This is going to be tight. 4.3 ahead of Mikko Sari was the leader, and only 2.8 ahead was Gabrielsen.
Sari's taken it at the merge. Sari comes around the final corner to cross the line. The time is a 2:05.2, fastest race of the session, and the fastest lap to boot on that final tour when Sari needed it most to get the overlap on the joker merge. So Ryler doesn't get a clean sweep in qualifying. Sari takes the best time, 50 qualifying points. How's that going to work out so Sari needed a good result there as well to climb up the order grid position wise.
Well, there's that contact with Gabrielsen and the Smurfmobile.
That result will almost certainly have got Sari up onto a front row for the semi-finals, which will be very important. That was a late call for the Venäläinen, and I'd have to say at that stage you're probably better to follow because you lose that little bit more time with running wide and getting in the loose. Great salvage job though from Thomas to still not drop it.
Still comprehensively cover Lucas Gabrielsen.
Big flames from the back of Gabrielsen's Starlet on overrun into the joker section.
So Mikko Sari, 2 minutes 5.7 for the heat, 37.36 for the fastest lap. Mikko Sari ahead of Jonas Juppiavi. Joni-Pekka Ryler third quickest, and Thomas Venäläinen fourth fastest overall in open two-wheel drive. So moving on very swiftly into Supercar lights, trying to stop the entire desk blowing away while we do so. Robert Svitol's on the inside, the Latvian driver. And it was very close, was Alexander Lindqvist in the last run through. Pontus Oskarsson with the orange highlights, and then the yellow and red of the Hallridge cursed Kevin Darback. Darback gets a good run round the outside, but bleeds it all away with that huge slide. How so easy to give away the entire house there, isn't it?
Sensible though from Oskarsson to bail out of the throttle, come to the inside. Actually worked out really well, didn't it, with Darback running that bit deep. I think Oskarsson or joker this time around does indeed decide late. Darback was super aware there to either a joker or not, depending on what Oskarsson did. Oskarsson with a little flick in the joker section, but Darback ought to be quicker than Oskarsson given the experience and the pace we've seen previously. Look at that clean line around the final corner. I really would like them to sweep the outside of that just to widen the opportunities, but Robert Svitol, who's been the class of the field by some margin this year, now finding his feet around this circuit.
Alexander Lindqvist very close indeed to him off the joker blend. Lindqvist jokers this time. In the second run of qualifying, it was a close call for Robert Svitol. Big skids from Alexander Lindqvist, not the control he needed. That will have given away time.
I think he actually carried a lot of mid-corner speed there. It'll be interesting when it looked like he was out of shape, but I think he carried a lot of momentum through that chicane. Vittles does the fastest lap of the race on a 36.5. 36.6 for Darback, so Darback's flying as well, also yet to Joker. Vittles will have to respond, as it's the last lap this time around, into the Joker section.
So in they go, and Lindqvist needs to have a great final
tidier.
lap.
As you say, much tidier for Vittles than Lindqvist. But did Lindqvist carry the extra speed? No, you're right, Martin. It was just a bit too scruffy from the Swede. The Latvian is well ahead at the Joker merge and is going to win the session.
And he came in, Lindqvist, ahead of Kevin Darback, but yeah, just 1.3 seconds back on Roberts Vittles. I think at least half of that was probably just jokered away.
Fastest race of qualifying for Vittles, another clean sweep of qualifying for the Latvian. This is the start where Oskarsson just rolls out the throttle about now. Even got on the brakes, I think. And Darback hasn't anticipated that, so was still expecting them to be 4 wide. So when I'm going to have to hang out around the outside here and hope for the best. Actually, Darback could have come in a lot then. Good respect though from the Dane to not just turn in, thinking that the car was still there.
Yeah, the Joker lap did not work for Alexander Lindqvist. He'll have to go away and think about that again. Roberts Vittles with a clean sweep of qualifying wins. 2 minutes 2.4, 2 minutes 1.8, 2 minutes 1.1. So the track's getting quicker and he's on top of it as well. So the dominant force last week continues to be so as we head into open four-wheel drive. So on the right, Pasi Penttinen, and then inside him, Simon Olofsson, Adam Oomen with the red nose, and in the Darback, yellow and red, Tobias Darback on pole position. And Oomen going to drop in behind Darback, but around the outside, Penttinen.
Big squeeze from Pasi Penttinen onto Darback on the inside, Darback off on the outside. I think that'll be looked on dimly, to be honest, because you can't shut the door and expect the car on the inside to not be there. Darback's beached in the gravel on the outside. Penttinen still going, trying to hold off Simon Olofsson, who got forced wide there on the outside with Darback and was ultimately the last of the contact. Scruffy first corner, but up front Adam Oomen has made the best of it. Darback climbs out of the FC2, didn't quite stay on the shot long enough to see if he was livid with the door slam or not.
I think we might see a bit of fist waving.
I'm just looking over my shoulder to see what the gesticulations look like.
Well, he's already crossed the track to on the inside with the marshals.
Discussing the recovery process with the marshals, the international 2 fists together for a tow, or the lifting up movement for a lift.
Adam Oomen flying 37.1, fastest lap so far, as Penttinen jokers in the Fiesta. So Oomen needs this to be another clean lap. Penttinen comes out underneath Olofsson, but not quite enough. Olofsson over-rotates, but Penttinen didn't have the pace at the apex.
Struggled to get the car turned in there.
Yeah. It's a sort of apex, out wide apex. None of these are single apex corners really, are they?
No, the penultimate corner probably is, although it's very, very long, and there almost isn't an apex that you hunt. Listen to the anti-lag on the FC2 as Oomen just trickles into that opening corner in the Joker, not wanting to over-rotate. This is going to be comfortable for Adam Oomen after the time lost for Simon Olofsson earlier on.
Really good job of that by Adam Oomen. Controlled the Joker lap beautifully, was fastest up to that stage, and wins it comfortably from Simon Olofsson and Pasi Penttinen. 2.6 seconds clear, Adam Oomen.
Be interested to look back at this start. I think obviously there was a variety of successes in the launch as Darback trudges back to his stricken machine. There's the drone hovering around. Broken steering for tension. All right, let's have a look back at this start. So Oomen hasn't had a good launch. Penttinen does have a good launch, shuts the door, squeezes Darback. Maybe not too much, maybe I was harsh on Penttinen there, but I do think that's broken the steering on Darback's car. And while Olofsson's been on the outside, Penttinen is having the tank slap of all tank slappers. Look at the angle of the Ford Fiesta in the background. I think, yeah, you can see the wheel deflecting. So Darback's broken the steering already and is taking Olofsson with him. That is not Tobias Darback's fault.
Well, Darback here is just going straight.
He
can't control the car
and he's not
at
meaning
all.
to force Olofsson wide.
No.
Pentonen fair play, did well to gather that all back up and not spin as he had done in the previous 2 sessions.
He was sort of looking out the rear window there more than the side window. He was so crossed up, wasn't he? And all of that actually didn't hinder Adam Omen at all. He had that little touch away from the line and got sort of squeezed.
Well, actually, the poor start suited him quite well there because he avoided all the chaos in turn 1 and got his head down. 2:02.6 for Omen. Having a look back at the best time he did earlier on.
2:03.9 and 2:04.1, so that's a considerable improvement. 1.3 seconds quicker than Q1, his previous best.
And was 8th overall, so looking to the semi-finals later on, that will be handy.
He may well end up top half dozen, because Tobias Darback, not scoring here. He'll drop back. Olofsson will lose points to Omen, and Hassi Pentonen was behind him beforehand. So Tobias Darback gets back into the car. 5th quickest in Q1, 6th quickest in Q2. So just a little delay before we get our final cars coming to the line here in open 4-wheel drive. And unlike last Saturday in Tierp, this is a full day for everybody. Last week there was qualifying, a free practice and the beginning of qualifying on Friday, and then semis and the finals raced through on Saturday with qualifying and everything else on Sunday. But here Saturday and Sunday will both be full day of action, so plenty for the fans to come out with. And actually the forecast for tomorrow, maybe not quite as much sunshine, but should be dry by the time cars head out on track. Whether the track is dry or not is an entirely separate question. The forecast that we were looking at yesterday evening showing that it is due to rain, and rain quite convincingly.
Something smells fantastic.
I know, it's
It's definitely sweet.
Candy floss, that's what it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't fancy candy floss, but it does
No,
smell
but
nice.
it smells like it. There's a little sweet stall, there's an ice cream stall down as...
I was hoping it would be some sort of Finnish dessert that was a bit more substantial than floss.
Yeah. Fluff and floss. No, I think it is fluff and floss. Certainly smells like it. It's got that funfair smell. Not the diesel generators, but actually the candy floss. Candy floss has got that sort of burnt sugar smell, carries a long way. Okay, so on your left-hand side, Joni-Pekka Raila in his Mitsubishi Mirage, then the yellow and black of Olli Eriksson. In the second, Juha Raittonen. In the centre, Juha Raittonen. Can't put my words together. Then that's too much candy floss. Then Lucas Andersson and Romit Siena, the Estonian driver on the right-hand side. So another Hanseatic state, along with Finland, Estonia, Latvia, that big trading bloc that existed from the Middle Ages around the Baltic states. So Joni-Pekka Raila joining Rallyx North this weekend. 4th quickest in the first round of qualifying, 1 Q2 from Olli Eriksson, who won Q1. Actually, Eriksson's time in Q1 quicker than the fastest time in Q2. So Eriksson with the yellow and black nose. Pretty decent launch from both the men on the inside. There's contact behind. Lucas Andersson tucks in.
Eriksson wide, turned in, stayed in the throttle, not going to work on the outside. The grip isn't there. Raila takes the lead, followed by Ricktonen. Eriksson had great intentions of making it work around the outside. It just didn't pay off.
It is just too loose out there, isn't it? It's really dusty and dirty, and he jokers this lap. He probably needed
late
to.
call from Jarmo Vosa, if it was indeed the spotter for Robert Cerner to send him in, following his teammate Ollie Eriksson. Good start for Ryler, just keeping his nerve in the opening corner. Rukkanen joining Rallyx this weekend, his first ever drive of an FC2.
Doing a good job so far, isn't he?
So experienced at this level now. I'll never forget the day he turned up in the World Championship in Kövler in 2020, having stepped out of a car that he called a box, but it was with an expletive in front of it from the Finnish Championship, relative to the Gronholm Hyundai Motorsport developed supercar, and immediately stuck it on the podium next to Johan Kristoffersson on his debut. It was one of those debut of debuts as we get a super close merge here.
Beautiful.
The Finn and Ollie Eriksson. Eriksson giving all the space on the outside, as we see so often. Ollie Eriksson very respectful in this category. But yeah, Rukkanen has been ever present in the top level in supercars since. Oh, and he's gone wide. Rukkanen at the bottom of the hill. Eriksson looks to the inside.
Beautiful
nice,
drifting, but costly in terms of time.
Ryler's into the joker for this final time of asking. Watch for Eriksson, flashes past in the background. 4.8 was the gap last time around to Eriksson. It was 4.4 to Rukkanen.
It's enough. It's enough ahead of Eriksson. Ryler takes it, and a 2 minute 0.3. What was it? 2 minute 0.0, so not quite as quick, a third of a second slower. But the fastest lap going to Ollie Eriksson, 36.2.
They're going to be tied at the top of the intermediate classification. I think Ryler will take it by virtue of having two fastest times and being the fastest driver in the latter of the sessions. Big send from Ollie Eriksson. Did absolutely everything he could there to make it work around the outside, but to not squeeze Ryler into the barrier.
Literally at 90 degrees to the direction of travel there. And Ryler taking the win from Ollie Eriksson, with Juha Rukkanen in third place. Lucas Andersson, Robert Cerner rounding it all out. No dramas mechanically for the drivers in that one. So that completes qualifying. So we'll be back to finish the day off in a short while. But how... I think probably, apart from the mechanical carnage, most of our expected front runners didn't drop the ball in that one.
Yeah, there was a bit of turbulence, wasn't there? But we saw a few people climbing back up the order from a difficult set of qualifyings. And yeah, Ollie Eriksson, fastest lap of the session with a 36.2 towards the end there, clearly showing that the pace is there. And I think that the finals and the semis for those classes that have them are going to be super interesting this afternoon.
I think one of the things that I'm taking away from my first view of this track is that if you're on the line, you're okay. If you are a tiny bit off the line, then suddenly it's very sideways and very much slower. So is that going to make racing hard? Because you're looking for some way of making a difference here other than just the joker lap. It's going to be tough, isn't it?
A few different elements, aren't there? Hopefully they remanipulate the track, as you can maybe see in the background with the track machines that are doing their work now to keep the grip consistent. But also, we are yet to see this weekend, much like at Tierp last weekend, until you get to this stage, we're yet to see what the grip is like in rows 2 and 3 for the stagger grid in the semis and finals. And actually, remember in Tierp, the grip on row 2 was arguably the best of anywhere, and that's why we saw quite a few concertinas into the first corner. If we looked at tomorrow, when it's potentially going to be wet, then the front row isn't necessarily the place to be in terms of the rubber being down and getting the wheel spin in the greasy conditions. It'll be interesting to see in the semis how that plays out, because while they're not going 5 wide into turn 1, it could be interesting.
And the wind is getting windier and windier. You can see everything blowing around. We might be joined by the Candy Floss stand in a short while. Okay, so in the gap between now and going into Cross Car Junior semis and finals, and then working through the rest of the day, we've got some fun stuff for you. Some interviews from the paddock that have been recorded a little bit earlier and during the course of all the qualifying heats. But coming up as well, the brand new Unfiltered. So you've got a chance to see that as well. Stay with us, and we will be back at 3:18 local time. That's Eastern European summertime, so that is 15:13 Yeah, okay, take 2 hours off for GMT, wherever you are. Join us then. We'll be back with all the action from the semis and the finals.
You get a lot of, he's not, son of 2-time world rally champion, he should be better than this and blah, 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 but they don't know the background.
FC2 Supercar, it's the first time I drive this one, so it's going to be tough. I mean, Niklas Gronholm is here, Oliver Eriksson, and they're very fast and they know the car.
Wide and into the barriers, very, very heavily.
Kasper Janssen, massive crash on the out.
Got in between Oliver and Niklas, but from my perspective, they squeezed me together and my car was smooth like this. I had to brake to not slide into the wall.
FC2 Supercar is 500 horsepower, 4-wheel drive. I mean, it's a beast of a car. I'm yet to experience for myself, but there is a lot of new things for me. A lot of things can be adjusted on the wheel. The main difference, I think, is the paddle shift. So, like WRC, you got that paddle shift, makes it easier for you to shift in all conditions. You know, in Rallycross, you got these tarmac shifts that you need to be super fast, but on the gravel, when the wheels spin, then the gear cut needs to act a bit different, and the pedal system just makes it work like magic. Got the handbrake. The engine is mounted in the rear, so we got the engine here. Means there is a lot of weight in the back of the car. I'm used to having the Peugeot with the front-mounted engine, so that makes it more front-heavy. I think that will affect the driving style. We'll find out. But other than that, it's a very cool race car. I'm excited to go.
Amazing start from Timmy Hansen.
Yeah, it was the first time driving this type of car. Last time we saw you.
Yeah.
Any?
The second time.
Oh yeah. Any new experiences, lessons from this weekend?
No, it's been a lot more easy to adapt, of course. Now it's only a new track. Now I know the car a little bit, so it's been okay. But we've been quick all day, but a little bit struggling with the start. Not struggling, but not getting out in front. I had the fastest lap time now in Q3 as well, but stuck in traffic for one lap and that's it. So it's been, speed is good. It's very good, but need to get out in front.
Is this the time where you miss your team from Valkenswaard with your spotter and the mechanic? And
No, I think he's joining for tomorrow, so we will see if he is here in the morning or not. You never know.
Joker call was maybe not perfect, but
The spotter didn't realize I passed Timmy just before or after he said Joker.
Tää Jokerin new kanske.
I need a spotter for tomorrow. I had today. Jussi was here on some other business, so I grabbed him for this day. He was doing a good job, so that was good.
but on a serious note, with your dad and his experience, do you have a good exchange of information and experience? Can you get any help from him? No, nothing.
No, I have to be honest because that's how it is.
Yeah.
He's been, of course, supporting my driving since day one. But maybe the problem is I get frustrated when he tells advice, and he gets a little bit frustrated when I don't listen. He's been more of the background player, you know, getting sponsors and stuff like this. Not really involved in the driving.
But does your mom give you good advice then?
No, not really. Not really. She didn't even want me to drive when I started. Yeah, but now she likes it. She likes to follow. Motorsport can be dangerous, and my dad had some good ops in his rally days. Hit his head quite many times. So she was I think afraid that that it's too dangerous. But these cars are so safe nowadays. Yeah.
And you're a good driver, so.
I don't know about that, but the cars are safe.
I'm gonna challenge Lucas in cornholes, where if I win, I get a pair of sunglasses for free. But if he wins, I get to pay for them, right?
Yeah, she's about to give me that money. We used to do that 1 point on
Soft in the knees.
board and 3 points in the hole. So if you get on the board, you get 1 point.
Is this just because you're...
No, we always do that here, but we can take
Okay.
only in point.
But if you
Put it in the hole.
put it in the hole.
Right in the hole.
What was that sign?
Lucas, right in the hole. Oh, satans verkligen.
Yeah, she gets one for free either way. Well, most people like these ones or these. Well, I think everyone is cool. So.
Okay, so if we're going to talk about the first day of Rally Extreme weekend in Tierp, what do you say?
Well, it's been a quite hard day for me. Didn't have a feel for the car at all. Had some tough times getting good times. In the end here I got great lap times, so looking forward to tomorrow and we restart. It looks like it's coming rain tomorrow, so it's new for everyone.
And we also have to talk about Holland, because you won.
That was a bit unbelievable. Almost like earliest in fuel when I got P2 in my Supercar debut. So to get into this car new in this Rallyx, it feels amazing to be able to win there.
So is it possible for us to have like a tour?
Here is Vetle 3, a Norwegian guy. We don't really understand what he says, but he's a great guy. The mechanics are working. I think they are changing the motor maybe because it didn't go so well for him today. And here we have Carl, the other guy who's driving in the cross car category. He's P1 after today. A really fast guy. He's new to this category for this year, so it's really impressive what he can do. Yeah, I started in cross car junior here in Rallyx. So I won the Nordic Championship in lap, and then I stepped up to Supercar Lights, where I had 3 good years. Got P3, P2 and P2. Unfortunately not P1, but now I step up to this car, hopefully going all the way. So here we have the dining tables where everyone eats. My grandma and grandpa is here with me. They are here, and here is where all the mechanics have their stuff. There's the radio station for all the spotters. And my brother is my spotter. I don't know. I think he's watching ice hockey right now. Sweden, Canada. And in here, it's a trailer where we watch all the data and V-Box in the car. See where we make mistakes and try to make it better. Make it down here. You can see the kitchen in another tent. This is where the guys cook the food for us. Here you have Anders and Robert, the best chefs in the world. Yeah.
This was the story of the Q2 session. Look at the flames billowing from the Simon Tiger's machine. We thought it was an engine failure at the time. It was in fact a split oil line that caused a significant fire.
It was quite hot. First thought was OF exciting. I saw the flame just covering the windshield, and it was like an oil hose, I think it's called. That was a small hole in it, and when I was driving full throttle, it has too much pressure and it's sprayed all over and caught fire.
Okay, so you're okay, and the car, is the car okay?
I'm okay, car is soon maybe okay, hopefully. Maybe some small wires and some other hoses, nothing that we can't fix. We'll see if we can make it to Q3. If not, then crack open a beer and relax the rest of the evening. Made some new hoses here, so we'll see. We don't have a lot of minutes left until Q3. 3 minutes. So yeah, there you can see they're trying to put everything back together.
Oh, of course we're gonna make it somehow.
Yeah, we'll see, maybe.
Inside clips Timmy Hansen. Yeah, no, so this is Timmy Hansen going side by side with Ollie Eriksson, and then later on in that lap, this is Timmy Hansen wrestling the bucking FC2 with that broken right rear suspension. I actually thought Niklas Grönholm was leading at this stage, but I'd forgotten that Christensen was so far ahead.
It's absolutely not even in the same shot, and this is 3 quarters in. And that broken suspension, that was the slap with Ollie Eriksson as he came off the wall.
Right rear suspension. I actually thought Niklas Grönholm was leading at this stage, but I'd forgotten that Christensen was so far ahead.
It's absolutely not even in the same shot, and this is 3 quarters in.
This happens sometimes in Rallycross, that there's too many fights on lap 1, and then one guy gets ahead. You know, gets a too big of a gap. So, but what can you do?
Den går aldrig sönder. Den går aldrig sönder. Nej, men den var sönder. Det går.
Ja, det går. Proven. Testa du klar.
Like, what do you think? How much knowledge and information can you transfer to the younger generations?
I think it's a little different there between Timmy and Niklas, because Timmy was grown up in the Rallycross paddock, so he saw all the races and so on. And Marcus was doing rally, so that's a little bit different. So of course driving skills should be something there, but I think that you know, in the beginning I could pass quite a lot of information and give them a good idea, and mainly tell them what not to do, because I did all the mistakes, so they don't need to repeat them. So, and nowadays it's small things, more or less. When you come and ask, I can advise a little. But now he's in a good level, so you don't need to tell so much. But of course, if you work good together, you can be better.
Mm-hmm. And the question is, does Timmy listen to all your advice, or does he take bits and pieces?
I have learned when I should tell them, so that's a good way. So of course, if you're upset, then so is no reason to add more to that. So, but if it's something, you know, why isn't it working well in that section or so? So then I can at least tell what I see and what I feel.
How often do you drive these days?
Not so often, but at least 2 or 3 times per year I'm in a race car and have a feeling about it, and so sometimes I test the cars to see, you know, to understand what they are talking about. So if we would continue with this car, of course, I would like to go into it so I understand when he's speaking about the behavior in the corners and so I can relate to that. That's a good way. I was on a race with my old friends in folk race last weekend, and you know, on the practices was quite nice and so on. But when the first start went and into the first corner, it was the same as before.
Hansen's teammate with the black bonnet, lining up third from the front row. Does he make a good enough start? He does, with Hansen and Grönholm on the inside. Can he make it work? He doesn't get hooked up enough, and Hansen's inside him, too wide into the chicane. Is this going to be a survival moment? And no.
Hansen's in the wall, in the chicane, 2 into 1, does not go there. Grönholm also made it through. Lucas Andersson
Janssen made the best of the starts. There wasn't room around the outside, but held it side by side into the chicane. At the moment, on a wilder ride in the background, you can see that Niklas Gronholm is piling on the pressure to Casper Janssen.
Gronholm was on the podium as well yesterday, second position. He'll be looking for a little bit more. On the second step, he was taller than the winner, but you know, that's the Gronholm genes. And this is going to come down to strategy as well, because Gronholm has definitely got the pace to match.
The gap back to Anderson, who's third now, is 4.9. There is enough, I think, for Gronholm to get in and out of the Joker if he goes now.
He has to go now, doesn't he? Otherwise it will be gone. He opened up 4 tenths over Anderson in third place. So Gronholm has to go or he's going to give this position away. Gronholm coming with a head of steam, but it's neat and tidy, it's enough. Janssen is the leader, but it will be victory for Casper Janssen. Niklas Gronholm second podium of the weekend, and Lucas Anderson will complete the podium in third position.
Great drive.
I think it's been good fights during the 2 weekends now in Rallyx. Yeah, happy to finish on the podium in every race I managed to do. Yeah, but of course a little bit disappointed in myself that last push for the win was not there today. I struggled a little bit during the last few laps, lost the pace for some reason. I don't know why, but it's been good fun and really talented, fast young drivers. So it's been nice to see that. I think I didn't break a single part on the car except bodywork in these 4 races, so that's something really important also in Rallycross. You need to push hard but also stay out of trouble and you know, read the situations right. That's how you get consistency. Yeah, easy to say, hard to do. Sometimes you're maybe too careful, but I think it played out this weekend nicely. Good fights, but fair ones from my side, so yeah, it was good.
Yeah, will we see you again in Rallyx?
Yeah, I mean, never say never. Now I have some other duties next weekend, but yeah, I'll leave the door open for possible races in the future.
Next time we'll see you. You'll be 30 plus. Like
yes.
Yep.
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 And we end with that bombshell.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, Rallyx finals and me don't go well together. It was another damage today. Me and Casper, we went side by side through that narrow part and we just like scrubbed tires a bit and that broke my front left steering arm. So yeah, it broke and then I went straight into the wall. So not his fault, but it broke and unlucky kind of damage. That was it. I was looking forward to a good race in the end. You know, they were really fast but I had the pole. He made a good start. He was very fast around the outside. I thought I had him, then he came back and you know, it was a good battle. Shame it ended too early. It has been a very long weekend and a lot of racing, a lot of good racing though. So I'm still happy about a good weekend and everything. Shame not to get to spray champagne. That would have been a nice ending, but you know. Yeah, we take the tent down and go home. And what's next? E1 boat racing, maybe Rallyx in America. We'll see about that. I've got some things coming up. Yeah, I like Rallycross. That's not a secret.
Okay, so we are here in Honkajoki and we have just finished off the day. How was the day so far?
Today it's with the ups and downs. I would say speed is there, but struggling a little bit with the starts. But let's see. Right now, I think the position is not the best. With first heat and now with the third as well, I'm P5, so outside line with the start position, it's not the best way. But let's see. I will try to do my best.
Could you describe the track for us? Some drivers say that they have had some issues with getting a good grip in the start. Some had some issues on the straight. How would you describe the track?
I will say that I'm not struggling with the grip so much. With the start, they're decent. On the gravel as well, I'm a little bit more surprised that the grip level is really high on the gravel parts. But yeah, there's one tarmac corner which is quite tricky. I would say you need to be really precise to get a really good exit from there, and then after that it's really long straight. So I need to nail that every time, and it's not so easy if you do it with first year with a car.
Yeah. So any adjustments to make before the next Q round?
Yeah, we are thinking right now something to make some changes. Let's see how they will work.
Can you give us any details?
Some small things.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, after a tough weekend in Tierp, you came back strong here. Can you tell us a bit about the first rounds?
Yeah, I felt good. Everything sits well. I got the pace up early on the track. Never been here before, but it's a nice track, familiar with the car. So yeah, I got there quick and starts have been good and things been moving along. So just keep at it.
And so what's your thoughts on the track in general, and in particular parts that is difficult to handle?
Yes and no. It's hard to get an edge over someone in the Joker. I mean, I raced Trial and I was quicker. I had a quicker Joker, I had a quicker lap, but anyway, it wasn't quite enough. So just have to rethink that. Maybe do something better. Try some different chassis setup now to see if I get some more grip. It's a lot, load and lean, so try to get some of that roll away and go faster.
You told me before that someone in your team gave you good advice, so you just have to be first in the start, right? And that worked in Q1, so maybe that's also something to just keep working on for the next rounds.
Yeah, try that. It's Chief Engineer Stefan, he has always the best advice. Take the start and win, how hard can it be? Yeah, sure. I'll try. Trying every single fucking time. Just try again. We'll see. Should be good.
Okay, so season start for you here at Rallyx and Honkajoki. What it's like to be back?
I mean, it's really fun, and also the car is working as it should this year. So yeah, it's a fantastic feeling that to be back on the track. So we just hope that we can be a little bit quicker.
Oh yeah. So you have to tell us about the little spin that you made. What happened?
I pushed a little bit too much. We tried to catch up the others, just a couple tenths per lap, but it was a driver mistake. But now we know when and how late we can break into that corner. So,
what do you say about the track in general? What parts do you feel is difficult for you to manage?
I would say the gravel part, because it's really high grip level on the gravel, but still it's slippery. So it's a little bit different to set up the car for a track like this, but we have never been here and the track is awesome to drive. So yeah, it's a fun experience.
So your thoughts on the next coming rounds? What will you, any changes or adjustments of the car?
Yeah, we have to try to do some adjustments, because now when you can see from the outside on YouTube the other qualifying, you can see clearly what we have to do with the car. It's one thing to sit in a car and tell the mechanics about how the feeling is, but then you see the car from the outside and it's like, yeah, okay, then I have to do this.
Okay. Can you give us any details?
More grip. Always.
Good luck.
Thank you.
What are you eating?
Candy.
Okay, so great season for you so far. What do you say about today?
Well, I don't really have the pace as the guys in front, so need to find a bit more of that, but otherwise it's good. It's a really fun track here, so yeah, try to get up the pace and keep it up.
Yeah, a lot of drivers seem to enjoy the track. What is the best thing about it?
You can go a lot of sideways and still earn some time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so for the next upcoming rounds, is there any adjustments that you will make on the car? Anything different? in the driving style?
No, I don't think so. Not right now. We have done a different setup from Q1 to Q2, so I think I will stick with that and just try to get some better lines.
Do you feel confident coming out from the other competitions, Tierp, Valkenswaard?
Yeah. I know I'm able to drive faster than I am, so yeah, I'm pretty confident.
What would you say that the Rallycross means to the Finnish country? Is it a popular sport?
Yes, it's very popular and it's growing up every year.
Oh, yeah. So for how long have you been driving?
17 years.
That's a long time.
Yes.
Yeah. So how was this day so far?
Quite good. I'm position 2 now. Rajala goes very fast and all the guys coming last days faster and faster.
Yeah. Do you have some people here cheering for you maybe?
What?
Do you have some people here that is cheering for you?
Yes, my own group and maybe somebody else.
Okay, and of course we have to talk about the design of the car. You have a very special design. Can you tell us how the idea came about to make this? Have you painted it yourself also?
Yes, that is old Datsun fin and only original is the roof and everything is our made. And that's Morphis. It's how you say lucky.
Oh, yeah.
Lucky to somebody's design that. Miten se sanotaan, että vähän vahingossa? By accident.
Okay. But are you a big Smurf fan though?
No, I don't know them. No.
Because you also have it on your trailer.
Yes. The young people like us, so we do this.
Thank you for our visit.
Thank you.
If we start with Tierp, a very dramatic ending for you. Can you tell us about how it was when you came home and the repairing of the car? Has everything going good?
I don't know, it seems to have gone quite good, but we have some other issues now. I feel like I don't have enough power. Everyone talks about how much power I have, but I feel like it's not enough because in the start when I put second gear they just go, so yeah, I don't know.
And you also talked about the grip, that you had a hard time to get a grip in the start. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, now I spun a little bit in the start, but still when I put second gear I usually take off, but now I don't stand a chance, so I don't know, it's like I'm lacking power or something. Yeah.
Is there anything you feel like you can do for the upcoming rounds or for tomorrow maybe?
Not sure. We have done some adjustment in the suspension and that worked great now, I thought, but it's just on the straights and the fast corners they just take off. So yeah, I don't know, they have checked over the engine now, but I don't know if they found something or yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. You better just relax and take it slow, right? And then just get on it again.
Yeah, it's the best. Just laying here, looking at something else and don't think about it too much. Yeah.
Good luck then.
Thank you.
Okay, first day here in Honkajoki. What do you say so far?
It's been difficult. I've been the best Swede, but struggling to get out of pace with the local heroes here.
So what do you say about the track in general?
Yeah, it's a fast, flowy track. You have to nail a few corners to carry the speed down some straights. Really important. I haven't really got the right feel right yet, but we have made some changes for Q3 and hope for good time.
Okay. Any new tactics from your side when it comes to the driving?
What did you say?
Any new tactics when it comes to the driving style?
You just have to. I think the practice yesterday was very, very slippery, both on the tarmac and the gravel. It's better grip now, but I think in my head it's still kind of slippery, so I have to convince myself that I have the grip and just go out there and push all I can.
Okay, so we're here in Honkajoki, Finland, and the first time for you, right?
No. I'm driving here some 6 years ago, the Finnish Rallycross Championship.
So what can you say then about the track? How would you describe it?
That's nice. I not remember that but he's doing a really much top job here now about the last 10 years. It looks really good, and track is the really good condition, and I like.
So what's it like to take it on then in a new car? How did it feel the first rounds?
It's a little bit difficult, and I try to learn all the time something and find a great feeling, and but still I enjoy it, and that's fun.
Yeah. What's the hardest part with driving a new car and just have to no practice, just go out there and race?
All is changing. The gear systems are really different, and the rear is really heavy, this car, and but still I really enjoy to be here.
Yeah. Have you felt like it's getting better during the rounds?
Yeah, all time getting better.
Yeah. So any adjustments or new tactics for the upcoming rounds?
No, I try to drive it clean, and let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kello on 15.18. Parin minuutin kuluttua jatketaan semifinaaleilla, joita ajetaan 3 eri luokassa.
Lots of interesting insight there, actually, and a depressed tiger is not a pretty sight, is it?
Better than a wounded tiger.
Well, that's
a
true.
A depressed tiger is a resolvable issue. Perhaps not today, though, because wears his heart on his sleeve, does Simon, doesn't he? He's such a laid-back, relatively quiet character, but being slumped over in the bus, saying it's the best place to be because he doesn't have to think about anything else, is not ideal, is it? And also, those scenarios are so frustrating as a driver because he's clearly not able to put his finger exactly on what the problem is. It's tricky, isn't it? They had a big engine problem last week. Perhaps he doesn't have the same performance that they had. These guys are looking at the engine at the moment, but he feels like he's just losing out in an area he can't really explain. And I think when you've been as competitive as he has been, that's tough, isn't it?
It is tough, and that is the side of open two-wheel drive where the driver is the engineer, is the designer, is the chassis builder, the engine builder, quite often all of that coming together. And anybody who owns an old car will know the frustration of just not being able to put your finger on why it's not doing what it ought to do properly. You know, he says, I get wheel spin off the line in first gear, into second gear, there's nothing, and they go. It's not going to be a quick fix. Luckily, they don't have to race again next weekend, so...
But they do in 2 weeks at his home track in Älvsbyn, and they want it to be right for Älvsbyn, won't he, to be competitive up there.
Yep.
But this is motorsport as well, isn't it? It's I always describe it from my own experience as 90% heartbreak and 10% elation, but that 10% is so worth it that you sort of drives you on, but there are moments where you really consider your life choices, aren't there?
Definitely, and also probably look at the bank balance at the end of the month and consider them again for a second time.
From my own experience, I advise you don't do that because
No.
then it's very questionable. But driving here on a nice sunny day on this epic track, I think when things are going well, then yeah, you can put all of those eels behind you, and you know for a fact that if there's chaos in the first corner of the semis, Simon wins the semi-final, front row for the final, it falls his way, all that'll be forgotten in an hour and a half, won't it? And it can change that quickly because you just can't predict what's going to happen next.
The highs definitely wipe out the lows, don't they? Of course, he does need Fate to help out a little bit, and Fate hasn't really been dealing him much of a hand recently, so who knows, maybe the next turn of the cars will be slightly different. Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens with him. Just looking over not quite over my shoulder, over there, you can see now that cars are on the grid for the first of our Cross Car Junior semis. And if the timing screen would alter itself, that would be quite handy as well. Hal's going to have to beetle off. So you see Ivari Manisto there on the outside of the front row of the grid. Not the fastest qualifier in Cross Car Junior this weekend. But he is the points leader with victory on Saturday and on Sunday in Tierp last weekend. But P2 Matalamäki will start on pole position. Matalamäki currently lying in 6th position in the points, had a slightly trying weekend in Sweden. Last in his semi-final on day 1, managed to finish 6th overall on day 2. So P2 Matalamäki, Ivaru Manisto, then Sebastian Isaac-Setra and Jere Hukka. It's going to be interesting to see how they launch. We haven't seen a full grid start up until now. Kimi Laaksola, one of our Finnish entrants this weekend with the pale green highlights, and Patrick Jalainen behind them as well, the white nose and the black car. So that is your first Cross-Car Junior semi-final. P2 Matalamäki first, second and first in the qualifying races.
Ai miten hienoa kuulla radiopuhelimesta, että rata on vapaa ja lähdön voi lähettää.
Now, I don't understand much Finnish, but the increase in intonation on our track announcer suggests that we are getting ready to go. So Matalamäki and Manisto, Isaac-Setra and Hukka. And away we go. Very disappointing start from the poleman Matalamäki, but tucking into second place. Hukka on the inside of Jalainen. Jalainen drifts out wide, and through goes Isaac-Setra and Laaksola as well. So Jalainen looked like third, ended up 6th.
Perfect for Isaac-Setra if he's to get on the back of this leading trio. Not perfect to run that bit wide on the way up to the Joker section. I would Joker this time around if I was Isaac-Setra. That doesn't get it done. Really, you need to mix it up now because you've got 5 laps in which to try and get into the top 3 to make it free to the final later on this afternoon. Just dropping back from the battle between Hukka and Matalamäki. But as you say, Martin, Matalamäki will be disappointed with that launch. Given Manisto the opportunity required to get to the front of this semi-final.
Yeah, you don't really want to give anybody that much opportunity to get the jump on you. So Manisto ahead of Matalamäki and Hukka, and just not getting back in touch is Isaac-Setra, and again drifting out a little wide there. This time he does follow your advice and jokers, but maybe a lap too late. Jalainen jokered last lap, and again a lot of rotation going on there from Isaac-Setra.
Hukka is in a tricky position at the moment because Laaksola is so close. The gap between Hukka and Laaksola is about just under 3 seconds. Not possible to go in. That's stalling Hukka's Joker strategy. Really, Hukka wants to get in the Joker and get out of this train just to try and mix things up a bit.
Laaksola is close enough to the leaders that if they don't pick up their pace, then when they joker, he is going to be out front. I think Laaksola is looking very good here.
Laaksola also yet to joker though. Running
oh, you're right.
Overall.
You're right.
My point was more that now Laaksola does indeed joker, but Laaksola was in that position where you can't joker into that traffic because you're going to get caught up in that fight rather than having the clear air. Up front though, Manisto not able to pull away from Matalamäki. Matalamäki's been very quick here so far. We don't really have a read on which of the Finns came here testing, but you'd have thought if you're a couple of hours away, you definitely would have come and done a few laps, wouldn't you? Just to get in the groove.
Looking inside there, wasn't he? He feels he's got the speed. He has to, doesn't he? Yep. And that was never really going to be in question, and Hukka follows in.
Yeah, I think Hukka's strategy's been compromised from those behind not going in early enough to help him out.
And Hukka actually closer to Matalamäki at the end of the Joker than he was going in, and that did not work too well for Sebastian Isaac-Setra at the moment. Isaac-Setra looking as if he's going to end up off the final grid in 4th place in this semi. And again, you can hear these engines on the limiter all the way around these long, fast sweepers. Manisto jokers now, has no option, but when you're out front, you often tend to leave it to the last lap. Got to be clean, just a little ride up the berm on the outside. Is it going to be Manisto? It is. Enough ahead of Matalamäki, and Hukka is going to complete the top 3 here. Manisto, Matalamäki and Hukka and Sebastian Isaac-Setra, right from the first corner, lost contact with the leading group and just could not make it work.
After such a strong weekend for Isaac-Setra, Sebastian will be a bit disappointed with that on the back of turf, but the best thing about these double headers is there'll be an opportunity tomorrow.
Didn't make a good start, did he? And got pinched against the fence on the inside. Jalainen jokered early, but almost binned it. In fact, did. We picked that up just at the end of that, and I wasn't quite sure in real time if he had made that mistake. Matalamäki,
good pace, really good pace.
And really made a race of it with Manisto. Could probably have done with jokering a fraction earlier to try and take the win. But nevertheless, he will be on row 2 for the final, and from there, as we've just seen, many things are possible, and Jere Hukka will be in the final again. So there's your result. Ivari Manisto just by half a second and a fraction ahead of Peter Matalamäki. Jere Hukka goes through. Isaac-Setra, Laaksola and Jalainen will be watching the final later on. You can do the same. We're going to stay live all the way through our semis and finals. And our second grid, 66, Matthias Toivio ahead of Alex Antila. Row 2, Miska Viitanen and Oni Kangasaho. And then Wilami Raila and Minja Perimäki did make it through into the top 12. So Toivio should be the hot bet here, but Alex Antila will try and deny him the chance to start on the front row. Antila does not get away well. Inside him, Miska Viitanen with the white nose and the white roof. And at the back is Minja Perimäki.
Big sideways moment for Matthias Toivio at the front of the order, loses loads of ground, drops to the back of the pack. We'd have to see that from the front. I looked over my shoulder in commentary to watch the pack go in, and we cut to a shot of the race leader broadside in turn 1.
And I was just wondering whether that was mechanical, but he's recovered and he's going quickly. So he follows Kangasaho, I think, onto the Joker lap.
Really should have made a change of decision there.
And he's trying to pass in the Joker, Toivio.
Really needs these front 3 to battle hard. Toivio is right at the back of the shot. We need to be seeing the battle between Toivio and Kangasaho.
I think he did come out ahead. No, he didn't. Kangasaho held him off. There they are. Toivio is not going to make the final, it seems, from this, and he was the fastest qualifier.
Raila and Perimäki side by side. Split the Joker strategy between them, so Toivio is 6.9 off the lead. It's still possible, Martin, but we need to see some mega laps from Toivio. But unfortunately for him, he also needs to clear Kangasaho, which won't be quite as straightforward around this Honkajoki circuit. Look in the background, and Perimäki is, it's Raila.
Yeah, Raila's come out ahead of them, so Raila...
It's not going to happen. Toivio's gone out of this.
From the moment he went from first to last, he must have known that it was near impossible. Of course, nothing is impossible, but you do need fate to help you. And Miska Viitanen riding the back there. Alex Antila dives into the Joker lap. Minja Perimäki stays out in what is now second place, but Viitanen running very wide. And look how close Perimäki is now. Perimäki was 6th going into the first corner.
Perimäki's been so quick this afternoon. Antila does indeed cover off.
Just gets ahead of Raila.
That's perfect for Antila. Look at the pace at the front. Antila now 4.3 off the back of the leader. This is going to be very, very close to the Joker merge, especially with the race leader. Just having to be wary of Perimäki in the background. Perimäki's going to Joker this time around. I think Antila's going to be too close.
And Perimäki needed to. He was the fastest driver on the last lap, and he was clearly being held up there by Viitanen. So how's this going to work out for Minja Perimäki? Is he going to come out in front of Alex Antila? No, he doesn't. In fact, he drops to 4th on the road. But Antila was 4.3 behind Viitanen, the leader, at the beginning of the last lap. So if Viitanen doesn't pick up the pace, he's going to be in real trouble.
Because Perimäki was all over the back of Viitanen at the Joker split. We watched the race leader needs to absolutely nail this lap. Was in the 39s. The other drivers behind him were in the 38s last time around. Needs to be very neat and tidy through this Joker section. Maybe runs a bit deep, doesn't get that cleaner rotation done in the middle section of the Joker. We need to see the standard lap on the inside.
There's Viitanen there, and he drops into second place. Antila versus Perimäki then, the pink-purple car on the inside of Antila. He's going through, taking third place, taking second place, Perimäki. What a final corner for Perimäki. Spins and nearly wins. Wow. So, in fact, Antila was in front, so Perimäki was shown 36 thousandths behind Miska Viitanen at the line.
Wild finish.
To the eyes, it looked like he'd taken second, but he hadn't, and so it was Raila, Kangasaho and Toivio who did not go through. That was lurid at the end and at the beginning as well. Watch the purple car on the outside. Minea Perimäki doesn't get a great start. Now, what happens to the leader? He just over-rotates right in front of the pack. Matthias Toivio, that was the end of his chances of making the final. Look at that broadside in turn one. No contact, that was just chasing the throttle too aggressively and getting onto that loose. Wow, and then Perimäki was flying. Really quick lap, actually the fastest lap of that heat was the final one from Matthias Toivio. Minea Perimäki.
What a merge.
Yeah.
Could have gone always. Minea Perimäki was out of the final, in the final, second row of the grid for the final.
Well, fourth here with one corner to go. Did not give up, found room on the inside.
Raila will be disappointed to lose out there, but as we said earlier, another chance tomorrow.
Cracking job, and 36 thousandths off second. I don't know what that is. A wheel maybe at the front?
Less.
In the boat race, it would be half a cover. Fantastic. And that was just the first of our I beg your pardon, that was the second of our cross-car juniors. So what was the speed in the first one? Manisto still, 3:27.5, still with very much the fastest lap. So Alex Antila, Miska Viitanen and Minea Perimäki all go through. Raila, Kangasaho and Toivio will be watching the action from the side of the track. So we move then into semi-final one for cross car. Same machines, different age group. Thomas Mørstad and Carl Svedland in the black car on the front row. Jonathan Yililami with the purple highlights. And then Alexei Suono with the green top livery. Passi Penttinen and Konsta Saarinen, who did make it through despite spinning out in the second semi. Not a great start from the front row from Carl Svedland. He's going to be swamped and through from row two. Jonathan Yililami does not get by. Thomas Mørstad drifts out wide and through. Suono goes out wide as well. Through came Svedland, I think.
Mørstad leads up front, Svedland second. Yililami ran that bit wide, as you say, just like in Q3, and lost a lot of ground, but this is Thomas Mørstad's opportunity to make amends for a difficult first couple of weekends of the Rallyx season. Into the Joker, Penttinen and Suono at the back of the pack.
Yeah, no option there really, but at least one of them had to joker. Thomas Mørstad under pressure though. The top four covered by under a second. Thomas Mørstad really under pressure from Carl Svedland. There's a little gap back to Saarinen in third. Yililami looking on the inside. Can't quite squeeze through.
Has to joker now this time, Yililami, if no one else ahead does. I think it's Svedland that's gone in from second. Big flick from Yililami, who's so comfortable in that speed car. I wonder after the change of chassis last year, was super quick earlier on, but really I think isn't going to work out. Penttinen's going to get ahead. Oh, Yililami's got into trouble.
Very slowly indeed. And that is the end of the day for Jonathan Yililami, the points leader after Tierp.
Scored that dream victory, didn't he, on the second day in Tierp?
Yep. So Thomas Mørstad, the defending champion, the Norwegian, in his national colours. Saarinen follows him in, and Svedland has already jokered.
Something in the drivetrain for Yililami. There's a lot of throttle and not a lot of go. It sounds like a clutch to me from the Commentators position. Meanwhile, though, Mørstad's been into the joker, comes back out ahead of Svedland. Good job from Mørstad, because Svedland's very quick indeed in clear air.
Saarinen in third,
And indeed,
just ahead of Penttinen.
Svedlund did everything he could on that last lap. 35.7, the fastest lap of the race by some margin, trying to close the gap, and is indeed right on the back of Thomas Ekmerstad with a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, a lap after this, he's got plenty of opportunity to try and make that move, and he is close enough to really pressure something out of Ekmerstad.
And we've seen Ekmerstad make mistakes this year, the reigning champion. Sometimes you see someone get the championship title under their belt, the monkey off their back after trying for so long, and then they're free and dominate. Actually, I think it's the opposite. Ekmerstad threw everything into trying to win that title. And this year, maybe the hunger's not there to do this. Clearly has been open about the fact he wants to move up to FC2 in open foil drive, and that maybe that's always in the back of your mind that you've got this done. You don't need the pressure. Meanwhile, though, Penttinen is all over the back of Saarinen for the final spot in the final from this semi.
Ekmerstad really hanging on. To win a championship, you need the best driver, the best team, the best car, and the best good fortune to carry you through. Maybe he's just not quite had the rub of the green. He holds on for the win. Saarinen just holding off Penttinen to take the final place out of this heat, going through into the final. Pasi Penttinen, Aleksi Suono, and the unfortunate Jonathan Yililami. As Hal was saying, as he sort of rolled past, as you can hear, lots and lots of throttle, and he was obviously trying to get a gear to engage, but it wasn't having any of it.
Well, I think the gear was there, just the drive was limited, so I think a clutch slip or something.
Well, he got away well off the line, but then was there a touch from behind, just the tiniest of touches from Aleksi Suono, and they both drifted out wide.
That could have broken a CV joint or something that was kind of engaging. It's remote diagnostics is difficult and usually incorrect.
Yeah. Well, my rule of thumb is if it's still got four wheels and it's not on fire, it's usually electronics. However, in these, maybe something slightly more prosaic and mechanical, as you say, like a clutch. And there we go. Yeah, coming off that Joker. I mean, at that stage, he was in a deep hole and needed to do a lot of digging. At the line, Thomas Ekmerstad pressed all the way by Carl Svedlund, who'll start a row behind him in the final. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be behind him into the first corner, though. And then for third, Saarinen inches ahead of Penttinen. Centimetres in old money, new money. Thomas Ekmerstad from Carl Svedlund and Konsta Saarinen. And then Pasi Penttinen, Aleksi Suono and Jonathan Yililami will be spectators for the final. So we are done with Cross Car Junior and the second final for Cross Car. So again, front runners from last season and this.
Do you think you'd go and watch the final if you'd missed out?
You probably would. I mean, apart from anything else, you learn by watching what others are doing as well as by doing it yourself. You can learn from the data, but you can certainly learn from watching. And quite often when you have a driver in a commentary booth, they'll say afterwards, "Oh, really sorry, I didn't say very much, but I was just watching what they were doing." So Huka and Isaac Secha, Vietana and Tree, Barmans and Simon Rosmalm on the final row of the grid. And Barmans has not yet made it, which is good because our timing screen hasn't made it either. So I need to just restart that in a moment. So Latvian due to be on the back row of the grid. The universal gesture there of the marshal walking around with this clip. Come on! What are we waiting for then? Right, son? That's how they speak in Finland.
Is it?
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't know you're fluent.
Suomi stroke Cockney. It's very, very similar language. I'm fluent in something. Finnish is not what I'm fluent in, though.
I'm fluent in all the wrong Finnish, that's a problem. When you spend a lot of time with mechanics, you...
Well, the same way that every foreign racing driver learns how to swear in English from mechanics. That's the first word, but long before understeer, oversteer, lift off, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I can shout when I hit my thumb with a hammer, but I couldn't order lunch.
unless you go to a very sweary restaurant. well, you can see just out of shot is Bauman's, but he's... Now, I can't see any more from our vantage point than you can from the cameras.
Here he comes.
Here we go. All right, so...
And gets the tyre clean in late. Everyone else has been sitting there for ages, but now he's just got that 0.2 of a degree more in his rear tyre. No, 0.25 of a degree more in his rear tyres. That could make all the difference.
So Rico Hooker, Ispen is etc. Ville Viitanen and Vettel Tree, Jans Bauman's and Charlie Sibon Rosmalm. 2 Finns, 2 Norwegians, a Latvian and a Swede. That pretty much gives you a colour of what Rallyx is all about. So, Jans Bauman's joins the back of the grid. Who gets the best launch? Rico Hooker with the yellow nose, Espen etc. with the Norwegian colours. Really good launch, and again, Hooker with a wheelie pouring the air with the front wheels, but absolutely nails the first corner. And he's away and gone. Is etc. behind him in second place. And did Vettel Tree make it up to third? No, he didn't.
He's etc. with all the experience of a driver who's nearly won championships so often in his career, decided to tuck in for second rather than fight around the outside for the lead with Hooker.
All sorts of willy won't it, either that or chronic oversteer, but it looked like 2 of them there deciding to go Joker and then deciding not. Viitanen and Vettel Tree.
Rosmalm does indeed Joker this time around, but he's etc. knowing that Hookar's going to be quick this afternoon, A, choosing to follow, and B, thinking I need to make it through to the final. There's no point losing it all on the outside of turn 1, very wise from the Norwegian.
But Hooker making room for himself, over half a second quicker on the standing first lap, and he's pulling away from etc. Viitanen does not Joker, nor does Vettel Tree. Jans Bauman's, well, okay, well, if you're not going, I definitely am.
Bauman's had good pace earlier on. Hooker leading out front, popping the wheelie we really knew him for in the early years of me covering Rallyx, at least from a commentary point of view, was regularly on the back wheels off the line, has managed to tone that down enough, so does pick the wheelie up, but also gets the traction. That's a very, very fine balance. Look at the clean line through turn 2. I'd really like that to be swept so it gets a bit looser, but we'll see what they do.
It's all about these top 4. Vettel Tree drops onto the Joker lap from 4th place. He was only 0.4 behind Ville Viitanen, and so the final place in the final is going to be decided by the Joker lap. That looks clean up until that moment for Vettel Tree.
Importantly though, comes out ahead of Rosmalm. Now it's all about Vettel trying to extract everything he can from the speed car wonder.
Bauman's is completely out of this, and is that a puncture or a breakage? Looks like it's sitting down on the left rear, yeah. So Rico Hooker does not Joker, which means that Ispen is etc. must.
Is etc. does indeed, and Vettel Tree is on the back of Viitanen. Is he in the background? Yes.
Yeah. Viitanen Jokers as well, and Vettel Tree will comfortably come out in front of him.
Oh, Viitanen just touches the bank on the outside of the Joker section. The sun glints off Tree's reflective livery in the JC Race Technique run machine, but third place at the moment will be plenty enough to get through to the final. Just needs to survive this rear lap. Look at Hooker's car hopping around the grip, really high in that corner, isn't it? Yep. Leaning on the rear tyre, 5.9 seconds the gap back to his etc. So needs to be just a bit canny through here. Don't overcook it. Hooker generally only has 1 mode though, so I don't think he'll be thinking about being cautious at this stage.
It's a bit of a light switch, isn't he? Either on or off. Rico Hooker comes out a long way clear of Espanese etc. Vettel Tree in 3rd place, and that difference between being online with loads of grip and being a foot offline where there's 0 is where all the drama and all those lurid sideways moments come from. Lots of grip online, nothing if you venture wide. Rico Hooker, Espanese etc. and Vettel Tree, there's your top 3. And a good start from the front row men, Hooker and Isaac Secha. And Vettel Tree dropping into 4th in the first corner. And then as Viitanen Rosmalm drifted out wide, he joked on the opening lap. Rico Hooker would leave it right to the very end. Vettel Tree was sort of in between a rock and a hard place, but made the joker count when he had to, came out in front of Rosmalm. And there you see Huka a long way clear of Isaac Setra. Vettel doing enough to cover off Rosmalm. Rosmalm looked like he was sort of a bit out of it early on, jokered on the first lap and made that nearly work for him. But it is Huka, Isaac Setra and Tree who go through. Rosmalm, Viitanen and Barmans will be watching the final. And so, open two-wheel drive. And again, this is going to be very interesting to see just how this mix-up shakes out. Well, now then, the Focus did make it back. So that's really good news. Eric Lidman on the back of the grid with his door open on the BMW. Gives you an indication that actually in the sunshine, despite the winds that is making it cold in our open and shaded commentary position, it is still quite a hot day outside. So Ryla and Sari, two local drivers. Johansson with a new engine in the BMW, and Joni, who ended up on top of the tree. Not on top of Vettel, refueling the Jennies for the cameras. All sorts of work needs to go on. Cameramen, the only time I envy a cameraman's life is when it's a weekend that I'm not working, and I know if I was a cameraman I might well be, but cameramen either get burned by the sun, blown over by the wind, both of those happening today, or drowned and frozen out on their camera perches. So always a word for the marshals who are in a similar situation, and the cameramen who are all out there in all weathers. And you say, yeah, but they're getting paid. Yeah, but they're not getting paid for that. They're getting paid for their ability to follow the action and keep a sharp focus. So first of our two semi-finals then. Joni-Pekka Raila in the most Toyota Corolla looking Ford Escort ever. Mikko Sari on the outside in the Datsun. Then Victor Johansson in the white Mercedes, Joni in the E36 BMW, the black M3 of Eric Lidman, and Bjorn Sture with his Ford Focus. Didn't go out in Q3, but fortunately has been fixed to at least make it to the grid. And can Joni-Pekka Raila keep his winning run going? The real challenge is possibly going to be Mikko Sari, but a great getaway on the inside from Victor Johansson. And Joni goes very, 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 very wide indeed and comes back in about 9th place, not 6th position.
Just too wide, isn't it? Just too loose there to go too wide and make that work. We've seen that several times. I think you're only out there not through choice now, aren't you, given how slippery it is. Lidman jokers for the first time of asking, change of mind in the background for Joni, who has it all to do now because there's some very competitive drivers in this race. Ryla though in the Olli Lahti Toyota Corolla, exactly where he's been all day long at the front of the order. Joni already on the back of Bjorn Sture, but that's going to halt progress, being stuck in the traffic.
And the dust as well, despite the winds, and all of that I think is from Lidman going out so wide early on, or Joni rather going out so wide early on. So Lidman now having jokered in relatively clear air at the back, but the E30 M3 still on the lock stops almost.
Lidman's driving to a place in the final here already, 6.3 off the lead last time around, but P3 was nearly 2 seconds back. Sari applying the pressure to Victor Johansson, the reigning champion with the Datsun thin. The gap now back to Lidman as they all cross the line is 7.2. Okay, so the gap's increasing. Oh, round the outside goes Sari on Victor Johansson. Great move. Johansson looks to the inside. Johansson's a gentleman behind the wheel of that Merc. He wasn't about to turn Sari round, but Lidman is losing ground here to the top two.
Well, I'm surprised that Johansson and Sari, neither of them jokered there. Johansson, I thought maybe ought to have done.
Because you're too close to the traffic. You've got to stay out and not risk that time loss. So critical in the semi-finals to get the clear air when you can.
So the two BMWs have jokered, and Bjorn Sture in 4th place in the Ford Focus. Lidman closing on him at a decent rate.
So Lidman's like 4.8 off the back of Victor Johansson, which is going to be reasonably close. Why are they all jokering with 2 laps still to go? This is in a bit.
This is to cover off Eric Lidman, isn't it?
Yeah, but Ryler's miles ahead, 7.3 ahead. Okay, Joker, well you can, but you risk giving track position there. Look in the background. There is Lidman, not enough to close the gap on Victor Hansen. Okay, that Joker strategy has worked out for them, but surely as Sari, you want to mix it up compared to Ryler in the hope that something happens.
Yeah, you would think so, unless he's just going to be content to do it all in the final. And there's problems again for the Focus.
He was out of the final running, was Stur anyway, so they'll hopefully get that resolved ahead of tomorrow. Up front though, Ryler has gone fairly unchallenged in this one.
Fastest lap 37.75. Nobody else in the 37s. Next fastest lap of 38.0 from Mikko Sari, who follows him across the line. Joni-Pekka Ryala ahead on Mikko Sari, and it'll be the Mercedes driver Victor Johansson who makes it through for the final spot on the podium ahead of Eric Lidman. Joni and Björn Sture is cruising around now fairly quietly. Not quite sure whether that Focus ended up quite with all the power it might have done. I'm heading off into, well, heading towards the ocean there. Joni so wide. And the problem once you get off that grippy line is it just gets more and more and more and more dramatic. If you lift off, you're going to go slowly. If you don't lift off, you're going to go slowly. What a great move this was as well from Mikko Sari. Just enough room to get around the outside of Victor Johansson. And then the top three all needed to joker with 2 to go. They all went in together. Ryler, Sari, Johansson. And there was enough to cover off Eric Lidman in the E30 M3. Black car just couldn't get to Victor Johansson. Maybe actually if Johansson left it another lap, then he might have lost that 3rd place. So Joni-Pekka Ryala, Mikko Sari and Victor Johansson go through. Eric Lidman, Joni, Björn Sture will come back and try again tomorrow. See if there's anything they can do mechanically to aid and abet. Now again, we seem to be missing a couple here. There appear to be 4 cars where there should be 6. So Thomas Venäläinen on pole position in the Datsun, then row 2, Lucas Gabrielsson and Simon Tiger with nothing in front of them. Nico Lehtinen is there in the other Toyota Starlet, but Marcus Norman's BMW didn't make the 2nd round of qualifying and he won't start here. It is, however, the Smurfmobile out front until Simon Tiger gets hooked up. I wonder if that's put more of a smile on his face. He was very downbeat after qualifying.
Small bit of contact between the two on the way in. I wonder if that just unsettled the Datsun Finn a little bit. We'll have to have a look back at that later on. What a shame for Yapi, who just had that issue after crossing the line in Q3. Interesting to find out what has happened there. Lucas Gabrielsson, who was quickest in practice yesterday evening, first into the Joker. And this is a fair old race between the 2 Starlet drivers in there later then to make it through to the final.
Yeah, if it's slippery tomorrow, they might have odds turned a little more in their favour. At the moment, it is the finished coloured Starlet of Nico Lehtinen in 3rd, but Simon Tiger leading from Thomas Venäläinen in the Smurfmobile. So Tiger jokers in the BMW. Maybe a little slow on the rotation there, but with rear-wheel drive it's very easy to over-rotate if you carry too much speed in. Comes back in front of Lucas Gabrielsson, so that's job 1 done. Nice work by him and the spotter. So
necessary as well, because they clearly don't believe they have the ultimate pace for whatever reason. So strategically cover off one of the fastest locals here this weekend. All the flames out of the back of Gabrielsson's car as well. Not quite as many as we see out of Venäläinen's.
So Venäläinen and Lehtinen yet to joker. Venäläinen 38.1, Lehtinen 38.2 on this last lap.
Lehtinen's not going quick enough for me. The gap's too close. He needs to try and eke out a bit more, otherwise this pair of Rallyx regulars is going to gobble up the Starlet for a place in the final. There's nothing to choose between Tiger and Gabrielsen, and the problem for Lehtinen is Tiger's definitely struggling for something. Yeah. But the problem for Lehtinen is if they're stuck together towards the end of the lap at the Joker merge as Venäläinen goes in. Lehtinen's decided late to go in as well. Look at the flames from the back of the blue machine.
Yeah, if they're nose to tail, then it's like trying to pull onto a motorway where there's a truck on the exit.
I don't think it's going to be that close though, is it? Tiger's going to clear the Starlet. Gabrielsen is going to be closer, but plenty far enough ahead.
So Lehtinen in the white and blue Starlet now has to make a move on Lucas Gabrielsen, and that's not going to be easy. One lap to do it in. Thomas Venäläinen leading comfortably in the pale blue Datsun. Then Simon Tiger, Lucas Gabrielsen drifting out a little wide. Here comes Lehtinen on the inside. Not quite enough to get his nose tucked inside. This could be a final corner sort out again, as we saw in the semis in Cross Car Junior.
I don't think. Oh, could be wrong.
Lehtinen is very, very close to the back of Gabrielsen. Gabrielsen has to keep the line tight.
Very sensible for Gabrielsen, Martin, just to come back off the throttle, hug the barrier on the inside. He knew Lehtinen wasn't going to go around the outside. Very wise.
Yeah.
Venäläinen takes it.
Got to have the racecraft, haven't you? If he kept the throttle open, he would have drifted wide. And Lehtinen, you saw going out wide, looking to cut back underneath, cross the line and pass him by the barriers. But Thomas Venäläinen away from pole position. And Simon Tiger from row 2 of the grid, dropping into second. Lucas Gabrielsen having that advantage as well of a clear row, or half a clear row in front, with no Jonas Jupijarvi. The Ford Fiesta not making it out. We thought Marcus Norman's Mercedes wouldn't either. He missed Q3. So after mechanical woes last week with that rotary engined Mercedes CLK, they have reared their ugly head again. And then right at the end, Nico Lehtinen really pushing Lucas Gabrielsen. Gabrielsen goes tight to the barriers, on the brakes, keeps the line tight, and denies Lehtinen a chance to come through on the inside. Far too close to the checkered flag to go around the outside.
Venäläinen takes it from Simon Tiger, easy for me to say, and Lucas Gabrielsen making it through to the final later on. The finals are coming up very soon indeed, in just 13 minutes local time. We're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from the day so far and get our things in order ahead of the finals here in Honkajoki.
What's that? Welcome back, everybody, for finals here in Honkajoki in Finland. Race weekend number 2 of Rallyx North, and on pole position, Joni-Pekka Raila in the yellow Mitsubishi Mirage. Romet Sierna alongside with the white nose. Adam Oman with the red highlights, third on the grid. Tobias Darbach with hopefully the steering now all bolted back together, lines up in 4th place. And Pasi Pentinen's Ford Fiesta is our final starter on row 3. The revs rise in this Pro-Am final. And a good launch from the front row starters, and Raila and Sierna shut the door as around the outside of Oman comes Darbach, and he goes through for 2nd place, just nudges his way past the Estonian Romet Sierna with a big tank slapper. Adam Oman falls victim to that as Pasi Pentinen gets a clear pass around the outside. Does he carry too much speed into the corner? No, he holds on to 3rd, but it's Raila and Sierna who are, Raila and Darbach who are going away as Sierna chokers.
Oman was very respectful there, got hard in the brakes. Darbach was so aware into the first corner, ran right to the rear on the way in of the car ahead, and then tucked the nose up the inside. It was Sierna he got the inside of from memory. Great job by him just to gain the advantage there, runs 2nd at the moment, but Joni-Pekka Raila has been the class of the field of the supercar runners so far today. Darbach gets so sideways all the way down the hill on the exit of turn 2.
Those drone shots are fabulous, aren't they? He's going to joker now, he really needed to. Raila stays out, so
it's a risk.
Pentinen.
I don't think he did need too much. I think it's a big, look how wet it is in the joker as well. They've really watered the track before the finals, but he's going to drop back into a fight here with Adam Oman. Is this to cover off Sierna, who's had good pace?
Yeah, maybe.
You put yourself in a bit of traffic there. Okay, he's going to get back onto the rear of Oman if he's got good pace and then secure 2nd, but if you wanted to take the fight to Raila, perhaps they feel that just isn't going to happen this afternoon, and you better to hang on to the best result you can.
Raila does really look to be in a class of his own in that yellow Mitsubishi. Adam Oman currently 2nd from Tobias Darbach and Romet Sierna. They have jokered, the top 2 have not, Raila and Oman. And Pasi Pentinen jokered as well, so Pentinen is not going to be a podium threat. Raila, unless he really drops the ball badly, is going to win this one at a canter. So who of these 3? They've all jokered now. They have to sort it out on track at the moment. Oman ahead of Darbach and Sierna, that's 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and looks like remaining that way.
Raila is comfortably fastest by almost a 2nd ahead of anyone else on lap time. Into the joker goes Adam Oman, but I think he's not got enough here. The anti-lag on the FC2 rumbling away. Oh, and Darbach's gone wide on the standard lap. Sierna's got side by side. Darbach hangs onto it. Sierna forced wide. They're both way ahead of Adam Oman. Big fight between these 2.
Fantastic battling between Tobias Darbach and Romet Sierna. The Estonian with the white nose alongside his Danish rival just could not get through. And Raila jokers, yes he does, this time round he has to. God, that went quick, didn't it, 4 laps? Nice rotation there, he's looked under control. every minute of free practice and qualifying, and Ryler comes out a long way clear of still Tobias Darback and Romet Sierna in that order. Darback needs to cover off the inside in the final corner. Victory for Ryler, and Darback will take second from Romet Sierna. At a moment, just couldn't get enough done before he jokered with a lap to go.
Great start for Darback and a great strategy actually, even though I wasn't sure it was the right thing. Clearly Romet Sierna had good pace there. We were talking to Jarmo Vosa, his spotter and team manager in the gap, and he was saying how much Romet is learning and enjoying this circuit. Look at Darback, the red and yellow machine on the outside, so close to the rear of Sierna, then tucked the inside line, forced the Estonian wide that little bit. Nothing untoward there at all, just a first corner fight. Sierna gets pushed out wide and then gets properly sideways. Proper tank slapper, as you said. Yeah. Omen did a great job, not just to fire into the rear of the car and turn it around. Darback got super sideways later on, but no one could hold a candle there to Joni-Pekka Ryder, who's been the class of the field in the AM division.
And there at the top of the picture, Darback and Sierna. Darback made another big sideways error, and Sierna nearly had enough to capitalise, and on a cleaner track he would have done, but on a cleaner track then Darback might not have made that mistake anyway.
Darback went off there in free practice yesterday, really rode the bank, much like Jere Hukar did in Junior Cross Car for anyone watching earlier on, but didn't climb the bank like Hukar did, into that bank on the outside again and just surviving.
So Joni-Pekka Ryder absolutely on top there in the Pro-Am final from Tobias Darback and Romet Sierna. At a moment, no podium for him today. And Pasi Penttinen, who looked like he got a free pass into third place in the first corner, just didn't have the pace that he needed. I wonder if they are going to need to look at his FC2 afterwards and see if they can find a bit more from car and driver. Moving on now into Supercar lights, and Robert Svitol's the black car on the left of your picture, Alexander Lindqvist with the white and multicolours on the outside, then Kevin Darback and Pontus Oskarsson. And Lindqvist making this a real battle with Vitols. Vitols was the dominant force last weekend, but Lindqvist has pushed him very hard indeed and does once more away from the start, and the Swede just can't quite shut the door on the Latvian. Out very wide goes Oskarsson, and even wider Kevin Darback.
Darback carried a lot of speed into the first corner, but just couldn't get the car rotated on the way in. Ran the nose very deep indeed. For sure we'll see Darback joker this time around if Oskarsson doesn't get out of the traffic, and indeed does. Kevin Darback go in.
So crucial, this first technical part, that really slow element of the Joker lap. Carrying the speed through there is all important for the rest of this final. Robert Svitol's leads from Alexander Lindqvist, and Lindqvist is breathing in his fumes. Pontus Oskarsson not too far away, just 1.3 behind Lindqvist at the beginning of this second lap. So Darback the only one to have jokered. Vitols, Lindqvist go nose to tail. Oskarsson is going to joker now. Not sure he's going to have quite enough to cover off Kevin Darback. Let's see what his joker lap looks like. This is a head-to-head battle, Vitols and Lindqvist really. There's Darback comes ahead of Pontus Oskarsson. He looked like he had the advantage beforehand anyway. That remains fairly much status quo. There's only 6-7 tenths between them, but Vitols is opening up the margin on Lindqvist. It was 1 1/4 seconds at the end of the previous lap, and so Lindqvist jokers now.
Tidy through there, Lindqvist, but runs wide on the exit. We saw him be overcommitted in the Joker earlier on, that slippy bit of the circuit. Spotters need to be watching the stream of these races ahead of their own drivers going out a little bit later on, and just looking where the grip is, because you can lose out badly there. Darback not quite able to capitalise on that little moment.
Vitols with a lead of 5.8 seconds over Lindqvist. And unless he makes a mistake as he jokers now with one to go after this, then he should be away and clear, but should and is are not necessarily the same thing. See the dirt there, he rode up that bank as well, but he has got enough in hand. He's got more in hand actually. Lindqvist, like last in the qualifying runs, lost more in the joker lap than Robert Svitol's. So Lindqvist just half a second ahead of Kevin Darbach. That's where the battle is now, as Pontus Oskarsson has dropped 2 seconds behind them, and Vitols is 2 seconds ahead of them. So Vitols, having joker, just needs to complete this lap. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen a leader run wide and almost throw it all away, but he has it under control, off the loose and back on to terra firma. And Lindqvist under real pressure in the final corner. Kevin Darbach just levers him off the line. It's going to be a drag race to the flag, and Lindqvist just had enough to hold on from Kevin Darbach.
I think had Darbach got that place, it would have been reversed because it was 2 nudges in the rear to open the door. And as I read the regulations, you can't push in the rear and then go to the inside.
Yeah. Push to pass is not a thing in Rallycross. Robert Svitol's, Alexander Lindqvist and Kevin Darbach, the final 3. And that's kind of how they were into turn 1. Darbach's yellow and red on the inside. Lindqvist tried to go the long way round Robert Svitol's to try and get the inside line into turn 2. It didn't work. Early joker for Kevin Darbach put him back in front of Pontus Oskarsson, who jokered on lap 1. And then it was about trying to catch the 2 in front, and this mistake by Alexander Lindqvist almost cost him second place. Definitely cost him any chance of trying to challenge Robert Svitol's. Svitol's once more comfortably out front, but Lindqvist just doing enough to hold off Kevin Darbach. Darbach alongside him, but not ahead of him at the line. So Lindqvist taking second place. Robert Svitol's the winner, and he was comfortably ahead of the battle between Lindqvist and Darbach. Oskarsson again a couple of seconds dropping behind them in the Supercar Lights final. So they will all come back and do it again tomorrow as we get into Crosscar Junior. And Ivaro Manisto on the left of your picture on pole position. Then Alex Antila, the slightly larger looking machine. Pitu Matalamaki 214 on row 2. Mr. Vittanen, the orange and white, and then Jere Huta and Minea Perämäki. So is Matalamaki going to be able to join battle with Manisto and Antila? Gets a good start. Manisto trying to squeeze Matalamaki in the middle. There was a little bump. Matalamaki still in the middle. He's second, and down to 4th place goes Alex Antila, as out wide goes Miska Vittanen. Minea Perämäki trying to come through on the inside, gets a touch and squeezed out wide as well. That was a bold move on the inside, almost paid off with 4th place. Jere Huka's yellow nose is in 3rd and dropping into the joker lap.
Lucky for Antila that Vittanen has gone as well, just to not fall into the traffic behind. This is about what pace Antila has got in the hunt for Jere Huka, but the 3 at the front of the order, Manisto, Matalamaki and Huka, have been so quick today, Martin, so little to choose between them. Perämäki's been great in trying to upset that order. Look how quickly she's closing on the leading trio as well. But I think it's going to be very difficult for anyone to get into this top 3 battle.
She's flying at the moment, and actually after getting very loose in the opening lap, it gets very loose again there in that long right-hander. Doesn't joker this time, not enough space to do it without coming out in traffic. So this is going to be late jokers for all 3 of these. Manisto, Matalamaki and Huka in that order. That's the 1, 2, 3. Does jokering early work for Alex Antila? We're going to find out in a lap or 2. I'm not sure that he was close enough. Manisto and Matalamaki though, nothing to choose between them. Matalamaki actually quicker, has the fastest race lap in the final so far from second place. Jokers now has to really, and so comes Huka.
Perämäki stays out. That could prove critical in this battle because she could end up being the cork in the fight.
and she was the second quickest driver on that last lap as well, Minea Perämäki. So she was closing right up on them, and Jere Hukka just comes out in front of Alex Antila.
Great pace from Antila in the background. Not going to be enough though, I don't think. Ministo, I suspect should respond immediately, but yeah, tricky. Do you just back your own pace and go again? I hope you extend the margin.
I think you have to. Then if you come out in traffic on the last lap, you come out in traffic. You don't want to do it willingly.
Does Joker. So does Perämäki. The gap was 5.1 to Mäkelmäki. I think that's plenty actually for Ministo. A great push lap
just
ahead
enough.
of going into the Joker. Plenty.
Oh, sheesh.
Very close between Antila and Perämäki at the merge.
Yep. Perämäki just keeping that pink and purple car in front of Alex Antila, but didn't have enough to get ahead of Jere Hukka. So Jere Hukka lying in third place, but it is Ivari Manisto from Pitu Matalamaki. And there's the yellow nose of Jere Hukka in third place. Now, last lap, Minea Perämäki not late enough or not close enough for a last lap lunge, nor is Pitu Matalamaki. Ivari Manisto has done enough, more than enough. Racing away, was 1.2 clear at the line last time round and wins it by 1.1. So it's Ivari Manisto from Pitu Matalamaki, and Jere Hukka spins after the line, taking third place.
Manisto's in such a rich vein of form. Great job from the young Finn in the all-Finnish final here.
Now, did Minea Perämäki run into the back of Jere Hukka as Hukka lifted? Well, here at the start, from row 2, Pitu Matalamaki trying to squeeze through the front row starters. The loser there was Alex Antila, who goes from sort of third-ish down to 5th position almost. And then here, Minea Perämäki going inside, does demote him down to 5th briefly before she too gets fully crossed up. Matalamaki and Hukka jokering together. That worked out well for both of them, coming back on in front of Alex Antila. And then when Minea Perämäki jokered behind Ivari Manisto, she also came out ahead of Antila. So Alex Antila ending up in 5th place, and then across the line, very tight together. And actually I think, yeah, maybe Minea Perämäki hadn't spotted the checkered flag, so I think when Jere Hukka lifted, you see they throw the checker and the white flag here to indicate the cars are slowing down, but I don't think there was too much damage there. Ivari Manisto, Pitu Matalamaki and Jere Hukka, that is your cross-car junior podium. Minea Perämäki, Alex Antila and Miska Viitanen rounding out the top half dozen. So some donuts going on underneath us as they all celebrate a podium finish. Jere Hukka was on the podium in 3rd place in Sweden last weekend as well, and then day 2 kind of went rapidly downhill for him. So from cross-car junior to cross-car, with Thomasik Murstad on the inside of the front row of the grid, and Jere Hukka on the outside. The black car with the white highlights, just about visible, Carl Svedland, and Espen Isak Setra with the Norwegian colours, then Vettel Tree, the purple car, and Konsta Saarinen, the other black machine. The two newcoming Svedland and Saarinen, very hard to identify as Espen Isak Setra tries to split the front row starters, does not. Thomasik Murstad is there but drifting out wide, goes Rico Hukka.
Wide was Murstad in turn 1. Isak Setra's got ahead. Hukka just maximised the start again, as he has been doing all day long. Murstad takes a whole chunk of grass on the inside of the corner before the Joker. It's a risk to go this early. Big cut on the way in, trying to get everything out of that extra route. This could prove pivotal in the result this afternoon if Murstad can lay down the pace, having been into the extra route.
I think he's thrown that away. That was an awful looking Joker lap. I stand to be corrected as ever, but it is Isak Setra in second, and Svedland and Vettel Tree battling for 3rd place ahead of Konsta Saarinen. Thomasik Murstad jokering on lap 1, but hitting everything in sight. Riku Huka leading, Isak Setra, Svedlund and Tree follow through. So it's Saarinen who jokers this time around.
Tree all over the back of teammate Svedlund. Oh, Isak Setra's got sideways in the background. That's allowed Svedlund to close right onto the back of the Norwegian. In a Norwegian sandwich at the moment is Svedlund between Isak Setra and Tree. Behind though, Ike Mørstad is 5.5 off the lead. I think at the moment that's going to be good enough for second position. Oh, Svedlund goes wide on the way down into the long right-hander. Tree looks to the inside. They've got to split the strategy in the JC squad so these two don't trip over each other. They go again. Look at Thomas Ike Mørstad looming in the background.
Well, you think the way his joker lap went, he can't really hold a candle to these four if they stay in front.
I think the cut he took on the way in didn't actually compromise him that much. He just straight lined the entrance. We'll have to see it in the replay hopefully, because it could have proved to be really good. Huka goes fastest, 35.9 in the front of the order.
Wow.
Mørstad does a 36.2. That's not going to be enough to be closing. Huka's on an absolute charge.
Isak Setra did a 36.2 as well. They're going to leave it to the last lap as Vettel Tree tries to break the stalemate out front. Riku Huka in a world of his own here, isn't he? Espen Isak Setra and Carl Svedlund under pressure maybe from Thomas Ike Mørstad. There he is with the red and blue of Norway on the car.
Ike Mørstad's going to end up potentially second in this race, Martin. He's now up to fourth with leading the trio of drivers who have jokered. There is Isak Setra and Svedlund nose to tail up front there. Riku Huka won on the opening day in Tjörn last weekend, but then had a shocker on day two, including a roll in qualifying. Svedlund all over the back of Isak Setra. We need to be seeing the red machine of Ike Mørstad on the standard lap.
Well, there he is coming around. Is he going to be in front of them? He is not. He splits them. So Isak Setra comes back into second. Ike Mørstad takes third, but a dominant victory for Riku Huka. Espen Isak Setra ahead of Thomas Ike Mørstad. It didn't quite pay off for Ike Mørstad. He was just 47 hundredths behind, less than half a second.
Vettel Tree, fastest lap of the race on the final tour.
Ike Mørstad made a great start, didn't he? And then realised the door was closed. I beg your pardon, it was Isak Setra from the second row. But Ike Mørstad here, look, that's costing you a few tenths, just that little slide there, isn't it? So hard to be tidy.
I think Ike Mørstad ultimately lost that race on the exit of the first corner, running so wide and dropping behind. Huka doing donuts below us in the commentary position, being dominant in that final. Second win in 3 starts. That's how you start building a championship campaign, isn't it? With that sort of consistency, and the pace shown can only give you massive confidence going into day 2 here at Honkajoki tomorrow.
100%. And Thomas Ike Mørstad completing the podium behind Espen Isak Setra. So we've got donuts on our left, we've got crepes on our right. Riku Huka, what a dominant run through the final ahead of Espen Isak Setra. Thomas Ike Mørstad just a whisker behind, just 0.47 a second. And Vettel Tree, another half second somewhere would have put him in the battle for the podium. Just couldn't quite get there. Carl Svedlund and Konsta Saarinen rounding out the final order. And actually Vettel Tree with the fastest lap of the race, 35.806, 10th quicker than anybody else. Into open 2-wheel drive, and is that Simon Tiger missing from the grid? I think so. Now then, you can see the marshal in the background beckoning him in through. Here he comes. All right, that's really good news. Still being a little bit of a struggle mechanically with that car, but he is at the back. A little moment or two to try and warm the tyres. So on the front row, on the left, the grey Toyota Corolla of Joni-Pekka Raila, and the Smurfmobile, the blue and white Datsun Finn of Thomas Venäläinen. Then Mikko Sari and his Datsun, darker blue and purple, and Simon Tiger in the bright orange with the BMW E30 with that turbo Mazda engine. Victor Johansson in the Mercedes, the white car, and then Lucas Gabrielsen, the black and red Toyota Starlet. So, as always, watch Gabrielsen on the right, almost pulls a wheelie like a cross car away from the start, but on the left of your picture, Joni-Pekka Räilä is the man they all need to beat. Let's see what Venäläinen does. Really good start in the Datsun Finn, but from the overhead, oh, in the barriers very heavily has gone Mikko Saari's Datsun Finn.
That was a big crash. That'll be a red flag for sure if that car can't be moved because the barriers all squashed. Gabrielsen looking at the back of Victor Hansen at the bottom of the hill. Räilä continues to lead out front as he has done all day long. Oh, a mistake for Venäläinen. Tigers getting side by side with the Smurfmobile. Wise from Lucas Gabrielsen to get into the Joker, and indeed we do have a red flag. Sorry, is out of the car. There we see it in the shot now. This is just next to our commentary position.
It's less the car and more the barriers as the race director you'd be worried about, I think. You can see how much they've been deflected. And, you know, safety barriers are there for literally that, driver safety. And once they've deflected like that, they are no longer going to give you that same safety.
But to the credit of everyone today, that's the first time we've seen anyone get fired like that off the line, and and this is what I meant earlier when we were discussing the final situation. It's the staggered grid does allow for someone to not get a great start at the back, the pace from someone behind to squeeze in the middle, cars to get rotated around the front. It happens, doesn't it? And I wonder if producer Kalle, if you're listening, if we could hear. If we could see a replay. So this is a replay. So look at Saari on the inside. Gets a knock from Victor Hansen's rear wheel and gets forced into.
Although in fairness, Hansen won't even have known that he was still there.
That was total racing incident.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that we're going to get going with the restart fairly quickly.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully not too much major damage done there to Mikko Saari's car, although they might want to be looking at jacking the chassis at the front. The good thing about these metal barriers is as they deform, they take energy out of the car, and that helps the car and the driver not to suffer so much damage. See, the snatch vehicle is there. So we're looking at the recovery truck arriving. Recovery tractor. So Mikko Saari out of the car quickly. So the good news is that he wasn't going at ludicrous speed when he hit the barriers, because that was quite a definitive stop, and he has removed the barriers, and our race director has taken a look and taken some advice from the local track officials on site. We are going to make some repairs to the barrier. It has been pushed back quite a long way. So it's just going to be a little delay before we get our two-wheel drive open final restarted. And the car now being loaded. So, I see an 8-wheel tractor coming on the infield. That looks like it's not going to get stuck. You're not seeing it on your screen, but as I look over my shoulder, just out a shot to the left, you'll see it arrive in a moment or two.
That's a machine, isn't it?
That is not going to, well, again, you're still not quite seeing it. He's almost arrived in camera shot.
I don't think it could be open two-wheel drive, could it? Because it's got 8
wheels. Yes. Yeah, he's got more tyres than a tractor often has. 2 at each corner. Look at that. That is not getting stuck in anything. I don't care what you throw at it. It's going to walk over the top, isn't it? So just going to try and push the barriers back and re-straighten the uprights. Twang. Yeah, wisely so. Just sort of step away from those barriers. So Mikko Saari, you can see he's stripping the overalls down in approved racing driver fashion around the waist. Still pretty warm work in these cars. Statson getting back off to the paddock following him. There's a little bit of sand gone down as well for the leaking oil.
Fortunately, apart from the start, that bit of track's not really used, is it? And even at the start, it's so far offline where Sori ended up after that contact with Victor Johansson.
It's a little worry that it's been bowed back so far, because what it does then is exposes the end of the next barrier, which is no longer connected to this one. So the lower rail is completely separated, and that's not something that you want a car to be dragging a tyre against.
Rallyx osakilpailua Honkajoella.
Sort of gravel collection for somebody's rockery. There you can see just down in the bottom lower corner where the barriers have become separated. Race directors wear a lot of hats, prominent among which not only to try and ensure fair competition, but overarchingly to try and ensure safe competition. People have come here to enjoy racing, and you want to make sure that they leave as much as is humanly possible in the same state in which they arrived. And that means that maintaining the safety integration on the circuit is really important. So what we will do is restart the grid in the same positions, but of course we're not going to see Mikko Saara. Well, I say we're not going to see Mikko Saara's.
That's up to the race director as well, isn't it?
Well, it depends on whether it's broken or not, almost.
No, but it's also up to the race director, as it's always a fairly ambiguous point that whether you're the cause of the red flag or not, and how the race director views that. But you're also not necessarily the cause if you were forced there and it not being your own will. That space is not being taken at the moment. I mean, Sari's car was taken off on the back of the recovery truck.
Judging by the mess it's made of the barriers, I would suggest that it might not be 100% ready to race. I think we are cars on the grid at the moment. We are going to be waiting a few more minutes.
It's where you don't want to be, isn't it, on the grid in your Nomex overalls and your fireproof underwear and sitting in a hot car. And it's not, while it's not hot where we are, there is quite intense sun, and in the we're nearly at the height of summer, in fairness. The sun's at its most intense, isn't it? Certainly for anyone watching in the UK back home this weekend, I think it's
I bet it feels
intense.
like the heart of summer, hot heat of summer today, yeah. Absolutely. Temperatures were due to be 25, 26 degrees today back where we live.
There's such a variety of attire in the spectator area. There's a guy wearing basically a vest, if not a very short sleeve t-shirt, and very small shorts, so very exposed. And then the chap next to him is wearing a coat, jeans, and boots. So yeah, it gives you an idea of just how fluctuant the weather is.
Fluctuant, there's a new word.
Fluctuant.
Fluctuant, all right, okay.
Is this grass, look across the other side of the circuit. You're about to sit down then, so I'm going to keep you going. This grass is definitely not the same as the rest of the grass. It's either been heavily watered or it wasn't there last week.
Hey, well, do you know what? I mean, when we were driving here, particularly actually when we were driving in this morning, quite a lot of the fields nearby have got fresh crops in it that are sort of 4 or 5 or 6 centimetres out of the ground, and they've got that really almost luminescent green of fresh young vegetation growing. Marshals are still working on trying to get the barriers back together. If I was the race director, I wouldn't mind seeing them actually bolted together again rather than just sort of placed beside each other. The other thing, of course, is that the support stanchion is going to need straightening up and levelling up, and also making sure that it's actually supporting rather than just leaning on the barriers. All right, well, while this entertaining visual spectacle gets on, here we go again. This was our start. Joni-Pekka Raila and Thomas Venäläinen with Simon Tiger in third, and it was just that contact at the back of Victor Johansson's Mercedes.
This is the thing for me, Martin, is it's gone in hard, hasn't it? But then rotated and the rear's gone in as well.
Yeah.
It's absorbed the impact for sure, but the shell's probably taken quite a hit there. Look at the roof, doesn't look too twisted, but yeah. I think
But we're seeing the side that didn't hit anything, aren't we?
the damage is not inconsequential.
No. So Mikko Sari in his Datsun, and Luigi the Little Digger is having a rest. Tuckered out now after all that hard work. And if that's Luigi, that's bigger than Mater, isn't it? That track is absolute beast. Turning circle of an ocean liner, clearly. But I would bet on that pulling anything out of anything. The barriers will need a little more work overnight, I'm sensing. I doubt they're going to look like that tomorrow. Okay, so getting ready to get our two-wheel drive open final back underway. So a fresh start. Joni-Pekka Raila and Thomas Venäläinen on the front row. No Mikko Sari, but Simon Tiger is there ahead of Victor Johansson and Lucas Gabrielsson. So we remove Mikko Sari from row 2 of the grid. And does that give Victor Johansson's Mercedes a better chance of getting by? No, he does not make a good start at all, but Joni-Pekka Raila does. Thomas Venäläinen following him through. And an electrifying getaway from the starlet as ever, Lucas Gabrielsson.
Gabrielsson came out of the throttle there in turn 2 to not run up the rear of Venäläinen. As we've seen so far today, Martin, Gabrielsson really needs to get a good run in this opening lap because the pace isn't there throughout the race for whatever reason. Venäläinen gets sideways, Tiger into the Joker. We need to be seeing the standard lap because Venäläinen and Gabrielsson are side by side.
I thought that Gabrielsson was shaping up to Joker then, but he didn't. Raila leads, Venäläinen in the pale blue car, and then Gabrielsson right with him.
Venäläinen had got sideways, and actually Gabrielsson couldn't get across, could he, because he was sort of blocking the entrance to the Joker. Venäläinen sideways through turn 1 on lap 2. Gabrielsson is waiting in the wings, has a look to the inside. Contact between the two, massive wheelie from Lucas Gabrielsson. They both go off back on the circuit. Here comes Victor Johansson looking for a way through.
And they're both still ahead of Johansson, and it looks like Venäläinen's got problems with the left front corner. And he jokers now, follows Gabrielsson through. Yes, he does. Well, that was dramatic moments there.
Ryla's jokered from the lead.
Okay,
why?
Going
I've
on.
no idea. Why is Ryla joking from the lead on lap 2?
Because his spotter saw everybody behind him disappear. So Gabrielsson stays out with what remains of his starlet. Ryla in second place. There is Raila with the grey roof. He has jokered and he is right behind Lucas Gabrielsson. So Gabrielsson now is committed to jokering surely on the last lap. He can't go now.
Tiger's on for a podium here comfortably, given that he was free of that bit of carnage. He's now basically on the rear of Johansson.
Yeah, and he's only 3.2 behind Lucas Gabrielsson. And the more Gabrielsson holds up Joni-Pekka Raila,
but this is my point. Why did Ryla joker into traffic? Risks getting held up here and then allowing Johansson and Tiger. Now we know Johansson and Tiger are not the sort of drivers to get stuck in, but if they were, you're putting yourself right in harm's way. Gabrielsson has to go again now. There's no point in jokering at this stage. You've just got to go to the end and hope you can pull a big enough margin.
Or that somebody else has a misfire or a breakdown. Joker lap for Victor Johansson in the Mercedes.
So big that car to get it rotated around those technical turns.
That's a big old thing. But Ryla, maybe Ryla's spotter just saw the two cars in second and third heading towards the clouds and went, okay, Joker now, Joker now.
I mean, it's going to work, but it's a risk, isn't it? It's absolutely a risk.
Yeah. And Gabrielsson, had no option but to stay out and out and out and out.
So Venäläinen is 5.3 behind Gabrielsson. This is going to result in a podium for Gabrielsson. I think all out of shape as he heads into the Joker. Ryla will take the lead. This is all about who's going to finish on the podium this afternoon.
So it's going to be Ryler and Tiger, is it, or Gabrielsen? Tiger's just got it, and Gabrielsen ahead of Venäläinen. Well, I'm glad I'm not the race director, because he's going to have to sort it out between those two. Gabrielsen takes it at the line ahead of Venäläinen, and Joni-Pekka Ryler, his best lap was a 37.8. His last lap was a 39.2 behind Lucas Gabrielsen.
All sorts of odd-looking geometry on Ryler's Corolla. There's a bit of the Smurfmobile.
Bit of Smurf. Well,
wounded on the track.
The start was clean enough. Venäläinen didn't get to Ryler, and then Gabrielsen, he drifts out wide, doesn't he? And then Gabrielsen gets the chance to have a run at him.
And that was on the first lap. Simon Tiger joking. This is there's nothing wrong there, because in my eyes, the fact that he's damaged the sill on the bonnet of Venäläinen's car, Gabrielsen. They both did a great job to get it all gathered back up. Victor Hansen must have thought it was Christmas as he came down with cars scattered everywhere.
I think Victor Johansson was on the brakes there, actually, to avoid getting landed on.
Venäläinen got over-rotated and opened the door. The opportunity was there for Gabrielsen, who put the nose on the inside. They've just made such minor contact, which has picked the nose of the Starlet up. We know how light the Starlet is on the front, so I will be surprised if anything happens.
Well, that was a dramatic final, wasn't it?
Second win of the afternoon for Joni-Pekka Ryler, having taken victory in the Open four-wheel drive Pro-Am final. Simon Tiger, as I said earlier, could be on the podium, and then he'll feel very differently about the day. So salvages a result to Simon Tiger.
Well, best result of the season after looking disappointed again, and Lucas Gabrielsen completes the podium ahead of Thomas Venäläinen, Victor Johansson and the unfortunate Mikko Saari. Again, day one, which means they've got quite a light night overnight, because the sun doesn't go down until well after 10:30 in the evening, and then it stays light until, well, till tomorrow morning pretty much. Oliver Eriksson, black and yellow from Jukka Rittinen, and then Lucas Andersson on between the two of them as you look at it on row two. Simon Olofsson with the black machine, then Romet Cerner with the white nose, and Adam Oman with the red nose. FC2 final about to get away. Good start from Eriksson, better start from Rittinen. And on the inside, Lucas Andersson touches the barriers. Rittinen pushed out wide, and Adam Oman drops to the tail of the field as Romet Cerner comes through for third.
Olofsson's taken a hit in the rear, smoke pouring off the back of the STS RX car.
That was his contact with the barriers on the inside, I think, as he tried to squeeze through a gap that wasn't quite large enough.
Rittinen Jokers this time around, having been forced wide in the first corner by Andersson on the way into turn one. Olofsson all out of shape in the Joker section up front though. Ollie Eriksson's got big pressure from JC driver Andersson, and Romet Cerner, his teammate behind.
Well, this is going to be interesting now. This may be decided by strategy. High above.
Oh, Eriksson's off. They've had contact, presumably. We just cut to that shot as Eriksson was heading towards the camera position.
Or did he just get very loose and have a big tank slapper? Adam Oman on the inside.
Eriksson Jokers, this is going to put him right to the back of the order.
But we'll give him clear air, and there are still three to Joker. Ooh,
Andersson's under massive pressure here from Romet Cerner.
Really is, isn't he?
Another of the newcomers to this category for this year. Ollie Eriksson returns to the main circuit behind Simon Olofsson with smoke still pouring off the rear of his car. Andersson's under big pressure from Romet Cerner here.
Romet Cerner with a bit between his teeth. Lucas Andersson, massive pressure. Olofsson smoking heavily ahead of Eriksson.
Andersson Jokers, this is to cover off Rittinen, who's flying behind in the background. Rittinen 4.2 off the lead. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, for Andersson at the moment. Cerner takes the lead at the moment. Look at Andersson in the Joker. Rittinen on the inside. It's going to be close, but Juha Rittinen has taken the position. Andersson just trying to get up the inside. Isn't enough space.
Just two sideways. But it does mean now that Romet Cerner surely is committed to jokering as late as humanly possible. Ruukkonen's last lap was quicker than Cerner by 4/10, and that's a worry for the leader. Behind, Olofsson and Eriksson drifting out wide.
Got to go again, Cerner. There's just no choice at this stage. Jarmo Vosa will be giving him the gaps on the radio. Eriksson's going to go very wide here, trying to get past Simon Olofsson on his return to open four-wheel drive. Juha Ruukkonen, meanwhile, is just managing to edge the gap to Lucas Andersson behind. He's gone faster again at 36.117. Juha Ruukkonen is absolutely flying.
He's doing enough here, isn't he, to win this? Where does Romet Cerner end up? The Joker will decide it on the podium or not. He leads now and jokers, but look, here comes Ruukkonen behind him.
Cerner's going to come out third, I think, ahead of Olofsson. Olofsson 6 seconds behind as they cross the start-finish line last time around.
Not a bad-looking Joker from Romet Cerner. And he's challenging for second place. No, third place behind Ruukkonen. So no, second place. Ruukkonen second is Cerner, and Andersson takes it in third place. So that was a great run from Romet Cerner.
Great win for Juha Ruukkonen after losing that ground in the opening corner. Took an early joker, got his head down on his debut in this category of car and delivered super quick laps.
Well, there he is on the front row of the grid, with Ollie Eriksson making the best of the start, and then Ruukkonen I think it's Lucas Andersson squeezed through on the inside, maybe just the tiniest of touches, maybe he was just on the dirt.
I think Andersson's got on the inside, and there just isn't a clean line for two cars there now.
Yeah, agreed.
So the Andersson's been in the clean area. Ruukkonen's got his nose well, at least the inside corner on the tarmac, but the rear wheels have been in the gravel and it sent him that much wider. Romet Cerner is absolutely delighted with that performance. Big donuts underneath us. There wasn't contact.
No.
It was just Ollie Eriksson dropping it from the lead. He'll be gutted with that, having done all of the hard work. It would have been fascinating to see how his pace would have compared to that of his teammate, Juha Ruukkonen, at the end.
Well, his fastest lap, Ollie Eriksson, a 36.2, a 36.1.
But he never had a clean lap. He was stuck behind Simon Olofsson. He made a few mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Juha Ruukkonen from Romet Cerner, and that's why Cerner was doing donuts. He was absolutely ecstatic with that, and rightly so. A really good result from the Estonian driver, and just kept it neat and tidy and held it all together to take second place away from Lucas Andersson as he jokered on the last lap. Did not panic, just kept it all nicely together. Well, there you go, there's the result. Juha Ruukkonen from Romet Cerner and Lucas Andersson. Simon Olofsson ahead of the very sideways, pretty much everywhere, Ollie Eriksson and Adam Omanen. Eriksson will be frustrated with himself, chopped the car comfortably from the lead, under pressure of course as always, but yeah, he'll be annoyed. So happiest man of the day, Ruukkonen or Cerner? That's going to be a tough one to call, isn't it?
Or Ryler for having taken 2 wins when most people have only taken 1. But yeah, Ruukkonen delivered a brilliant performance. Hadn't driven that car before yesterday evening in free practice. Okay, he's very experienced, but you've still got to get used to the different balance with the engine being behind you rather than in front in a traditional supercar. He's done a great job, hasn't he? I think Cerner delighted. Andersson clearly quick there in the final. Just lost out, but there's been some brilliant performances through the finals, and actually, given how qualifying went, we weren't sure how much drama and action there was going to be, but the finals have really delivered.
It came alive, didn't they, when it's all pressure. And we heard last week from Timmy Hansen how hard it is just to find those final nuances out of a brand new car like that. And Juha Ruukkonen again saying a little bit earlier, okay, it's taken a moment or two to learn it, but yeah, nailed that final. Romet Cerner with the donuts in second place, and Lucas Andersson rounding out the podium. And that rounds out the day's action, and tomorrow we will do it all again. So you can join us just after midday Eastern European summertime tomorrow here for all the action from day 2 in Honkajoki. And until then, might be time to head back to the sports bar and see if the local hero scores again. From Hal and from me and from the rest of the crew here, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of action here in Finland. Bye for now.